Let me tell you about a conspiracy. A real conspiracy. Everything I'm going to say here is true. The US government admitted to it. What's more, it's one of the craziest conspiracies out there. Beginning in the 1950s and continuing on into at least the 1970s, the CIA ran a top secret project that involved some extremely bizarre experiments. These included strange new torture techniques, chemical and biological weapons, ESP, hypnosis, brain implants, prostitution, child abuse, New Age spirituality, and a few dolphins. Why'd this happen? Well, the goal was appropriately as lofty as it was impossible. The complete and total conquest of the human mind. Over its 20-year lifespan, this program went by several names: Bluebird, Artichoke, MK Naomi, MK Search, but most famously, MKUltra. For those of you unfamiliar with what I'm talking about, you probably at least know the sci-fi trope where a shady government agency subjects people to strange experiments involving mind-altering drugs, behavior modification, psychic powers, or the creation of an alternate super spy personality. And you might have thought, what's up with that? Well, that's all more or less based off of a real thing. Starting in 1950 and supposedly ending in 1974, the CIA was putting a pretty sizable amount of their budget into this series of programs with the goal of discovering how to control people's minds. And this wasn't some harmless fantasy. To achieve this, they carried out experiments on thousands of people, the vast majority of whom were civilians and didn't know what they were participating in or even that they were being experimented on at all. Many had their lives irrevocably shattered as a result. Well, I realize some of this might sound crazy. This is a confirmed fact, like Epstein, or that time the CIA overthrew the government of Guatemala in order to keep the price of bananas low, or how the entire music industry turned against Drake because of his stance on Palestine. Oh, you didn't like that last one, did you? I just think it's interesting how Drake was one of the most high-profile celebrities to sign the Artists for Ceasefire petition, and then a couple months later, this Obama lib starts calling him a pedophile, and my Torontonian ass is supposed to think that that's all just a coincidence?
I love him. I met him in Australia, and a great friend and a great role model. You know, we just texted each other the other day, and he was like, "I miss you so much."
Right.
Really was a fan of supported one of my teammates at the time, and because
And this is when
of
you're in
her-
high school?
Yeah, in
Okay.
high school. So he was a fan of women's basketball, high school basketball.
What advice does he give you? Like, what does he say?
About boys, he helps me.
What?
How old are you? 17? Why do you look like that? You big. Look at all this. Well, I don't know if I should feel guilty or not, but I had fun. I like the way your breasts feel against my chest and stuff.
Okay, I just saw those clips for the first time, and yeah, I have to admit that clearly the plot against Drake is far more sophisticated than I had thought. No, in all seriousness though, given that we're currently seeing that a lot of conspiracy theories were not only real, but sent from an iPad, I think that now might be a good time to return to a classic. With very few exceptions, everything I talk about in this video will be based off of completely verified sources, usually declassified documents from the CIA themselves. With that said, a big part of this story is that in an effort to cover this up, the CIA destroyed the vast majority of the documents related to MKUltra. While we have more than enough to prove that this did in fact happen, when it comes to the question of what they actually achieved, the jury's still very much out. Because of that, I'm going to be upfront with you and say that this video won't give you a definitive answer to that question. Instead, I'm going to give you three. Basically, for the past 4 or so months, I've been reading everything I can about MKUltra, and the two things I've found are that my friends and family are all very worried about me, and more importantly, that everyone who writes about this more or less argues for one of these 3 theories about what happened. And I don't mean this as a dig. All 3 genuinely have a lot of truth to them, but also shortcomings where they miss things that the others don't. And so I decided to cover all of them. Call it the MKUltra iceberg. And the thing is that, now more than ever, it's become so hard to stay informed with stuff like this, with all the biased news coverage and digital echo chambers, which is why I'm so happy to partner with this video's sponsor. You guessed it, Proton VPN. Now, as you might be aware, there's been a pretty concerted effort all over the world to de-anonymize the internet through a series of laws meant to require the submission of government ID to surf the web. Not to get too political here, but I think that's bad. And while fighting this will take a lot more than getting a VPN, if you're living in any of these places, I'd absolutely recommend making websites think that you don't by using a VPN. And Proton happens to be a pretty great option for that. You may know them as the people who made Proton Mail, which is the service to use if you don't want Google reading all of your emails. And guess what? They also made a password manager, a drive, a calendar, and this VPN. Speaking of which, Proton has 18,000 high-speed servers in 129 countries, plus they're based in Switzerland, which is, for now, not part of America, and therefore allows them to offer a strict no-logs policy, something that their competitors can't really do. Yeah, right. I bet you'd have to be a member of the global power elite or something to afford a service like that. That's where you're wrong, Glowy. Until April 2nd, they're running a limited time spring sale in which you can get up to 70% off on their annual plans. And even if you miss it, just click the link in the description and tell them you know Sam, and they'll hook you up. So if you'd like to live like our reptilian oligarchs, protect your privacy online, get a great deal, and support this channel while you're at it, then click the link in the description or go to protonvpn.com/weireinhell. All one word, no apostrophe. Now, back to the video. Actually though, as one final bit of housekeeping, I realize that this video is massive, so I'd encourage you to think of it as 3 videos, each of which is going to tell the story of MKUltra in a different way. Also, while I do definitely have opinions about which of the theories I believe more than others, and I'm sure that I'll come out in some ways, I hope that you come to your own conclusions here, and I'm gonna do my best not to put my thumb on the scale too much and present the strongest case I can for each theory. So let's get into it. Starting with Now, regardless of any problems I may have with this theory, the reason I'm calling this the dumbass theory isn't to insult anyone who believes it, but because according to the theory, MKUltra was a complete and total failure, i.e., the CIA are dumbasses. With that said, this is the most commonly repeated theory and the official stance of the CIA, so maybe I am insulting some people who believe it. But yeah, this theory claims that the CIA didn't accomplish any of their goals despite spending an amount of money comparable to the Manhattan Project and ruining hundreds if not thousands of lives over the course of around 20 years. Come on guys, for the same cost and in way less time, the Manhattan Project ruined so many more lives. And I am making it sound a bit ridiculous here, but to be fair, that truly isn't that crazy. Fucking up, wasting money, and harming innocent people are probably the 3 things the agency is best at. If you take a close look at most of their projects, it becomes clear that very often these people are completely incompetent. The reason they succeed isn't because they're great at what they do, but because they have unlimited money and 0 legal or ethical constraints. MKUltra was no exception to this. In fact, part of the reason why we know anything about it at all is because when they tried to destroy all the documents, they missed all the financial ones. When you do even a little digging, what you find is that everyone involved in this mess was either a moron, a scumbag, insane, or most often all of the above. This was all laid out extremely well in Stephen Kinzer's book, The Poisoner-in-Chief, which is the main source I'll be using in this section. Now, let's get into it. From the very beginning of the CIA, and even further back when it was still the Office of Strategic Services, the people working there were kept awake at night by a very specific fear. They'd been receiving a steady stream of reports and footage of people acting strangely compliant after spending time in communist prisons. The Soviet Union would hold highly publicized show trials where priests renounced their faith and confessed to bizarre crimes. The most extreme case of this was that of the Roman Catholic prelate of Hungary, Cardinal Joseph Mindszenty, who in 1949 confessed to running the Hungarian black market and trying to overthrow the government in order to steal the crown. This kept happening, and not just in the USSR. In 1952, the Korean military released a series of videos of captured American POWs confessing to dropping biological weapons.
The germ bombs were loaded 15 minutes before our mission, while ordinarily our aircraft were loaded 2 hours or more before a mission. My germination took place on the 27th of March, 1952, and it was a VT germination. 27th? 27th March, yes, 1952.
When I think of my future, when I think of someday, though I'm not married yet, I intend to be, when my son asked me what I did in Korea, how can I tell him that I came over here and dropped germ bombs on people, destroying and bringing death and destruction?
Now, upon seeing this, your average she-person might assume that these people had probably just been threatened and tortured, and also that it wouldn't be particularly out of character if those soldiers had in fact dropped chemical and germ weapons. But the CIA was certain that something far more sinister was going on. For them, the only possible explanation was, of course, communist hypnosis. This became a major talking point and then a commonly held belief in the West. A big part of what Americans feared about the communist menace was the possibility that in their maniacal quest to eradicate all individuality, the Kremlin had developed a technique to take away free will, turning their subjects into mindless automatons. A new word entered common parlance: brainwashing. The term was a literal translation of the Chinese phrase "ji nao," meaning washing the brain. Its first English appearance was the 1951 book Brainwashing in Red China by Edward Hunter, who was, naturally, a CIA asset. But while they were spreading this claim, the CIA got to thinking, hang on now, this mind control stuff we made up actually sounds like a pretty good idea. And so they began to look for a way to do it themselves. But before that, a couple other things had to happen. First up, in 1941, we saw another example of the CIA copying their enemies when, during World War II, word got out that the Japanese were developing biological weapons in China. Now, in case this isn't obvious, germ warfare was and still is a major war crime, explicitly banned by the 1925 Geneva Protocol. Roosevelt's Secretary of War, Henry L. Stimson, put it lightly by saying in a memo that, quote, biological warfare is, of course, a dirty business. However, as you can probably tell from the "but" hanging over the end of that sentence, Stimson wasn't one to let some pesky international laws get in the way of a good atrocity, and spent the rest of the memo arguing that said dirty business needed to be pursued so the US could do it first. Roosevelt agreed, and so a team of scientists were recruited to build America a bioweapons laboratory of its very own. This turned out to be a pretty difficult project for, all the reasons you might think. A meeting of the country's top biologists was held in Washington, where all the scientists in attendance explained that if they were going to produce the deadliest germs known to man, it'd be impossible to safely do it on the industrial scale required. All that is, except for one, a bacteriologist named Ira Baldwin, who thought that the problem could be solved relatively simply, claiming that anything that could be done in a test tube could be done just as, if not more safely, in a 10,000-gallon tank. For his hubris, Baldwin was placed in charge of the project and soon began surveying locations. He eventually struck gold when he happened upon Camp Diedrich, an old National Guard airbase outside of Frederick, Maryland that was now sitting empty since all the planes had been moved to Europe for the war. With that settled, Baldwin set to work recruiting scientists to man the camp, mostly former students of his from the University of Wisconsin. This was a pretty hard sell, though. Not only were these scientists going to have to bend their professional ethics beyond recognition, they were also being brought into one of the US military's most secret projects, and therefore would have to deal with all the restrictions that came with that. Upon joining, they were forced to sign vows of secrecy that were significantly more than lifelong. In the event of my death, I authorized the commanding officer of Camp Diedrich, Maryland, to make arrangements for and conduct the proceeding of my remains, and to place them in a sealed casket which shall not thereafter be opened. I authorized post-mortem examination of my remains to be made exclusively by proper Army representatives in their discretion. Look, I've had some good professors who've changed my life. Shout out Nick Mount. But I don't know if even he could get me to agree to spend eternity in a hermetically sealed sarcophagus. I hope Baldwin at least wrote these guys one hell of a recommendation letter. Actually, you know what? Let's put a pin in that. While it took some doing, Baldwin eventually got the base staffed, and just like that, the Chemical Corps was born. Once everything was up and running, the scientists there were off to the races, cultivating anthrax, botulism, and a newly developed airborne variant of the bubonic plague with a nearly 100% mortality rate. It was like Willy Wonka's chocolate factory with slightly more safety protocols. It wasn't all work, though. They also managed to have fun along the way with a couple kooky little experiments in biological warfare. These included sneaking into the Pentagon to spray the place with fake bacteria, as well as spraying the entire city of San Francisco with real bacteria, which caused 11 people to develop UTIs, one of whom died. That's right, you just got Baldwined. Needless to say that they considered both of these to be massive successes. However, as exciting as this was, the higher-ups in US intelligence weren't really in the business of selling cranberry juice. Yet! Seeing as the military was more interested in wiping a city off the map rather than making its inhabitants burn when they pee, it's not too surprising then that the Chemical Corps soon had their thunder stolen by a different set of scientists working on an even more secretive project over at Los Alamos. The day they successfully cracked an atom marked the point when the biological arms race was overtaken by the nuclear one. The Chemical Corps had two options: admit defeat and return to civilian life, never to manufacture weapons of mass destruction again, or find a new niche they could fill. I think you can guess which way they went. Camp Diedrich's prayers were answered, in part thanks to another scientist who was developing something pretty interesting an ocean away. In 1938, a Swiss scientist named Albert Hofmann was working at Sandoz Pharmaceuticals, where he developed a strange chemical called lysergic acid dithylamide, or LSD-25, referring to the number of iterations it took to get to the recipe that we know and love today. Even though it didn't have any obvious applications, Hofmann was fascinated and spent the next 5 years trying to find a use for it. After all of that time, he had his breakthrough when it finally occurred to him to test it in the dumbest way possible: drinking the stuff. On April 19, 1943, at 4:20 p.m., he dissolved 250 micrograms into 10 cc's of water and proceeded to have the world's first acid trip. Hoffman described his experience as follows. I had great difficulty in speaking coherently. My field of vision swayed before me, and objects appeared distorted like images in curved mirrors. As far as I remember, the following were the most outstanding symptoms: vertigo, visual disturbances. The faces of those around me appeared as grotesque colored masks. Marked motoric unrest alternating with paralysis. An intermittent heavy feeling in the body, limbs, and the entire body as if they were filled with lead. Dry, constricted sensation in the throat, feeling of choking, clear recognition of my condition, in which state I sometimes observed in the manner of an independent, neutral observer, that I shouted half insanely or babbled incoherent words. Occasionally, I felt as if I were out of my body. An unending series of colorful, very realistic and fantastic images surged in upon me. At about 1 o'clock, I fell asleep and awoke next morning feeling perfectly well. The following year, the CIA caught word of Hoffman's experiment, just in time for when fears of Soviet mind control had really started to percolate. And just like that, Camp Diedrich had found their new niche. Members of the Chemical Corps relayed Hoffman's findings to the Technical Director of Chemical and Radiological Laboratories at Edgewood Arsenal, L. Wilson Green, who was instantly interested in the battlefield potential of psychedelics. He penned a report claiming that psychochemical weapons like LSD and mescaline could be used to revolutionize warfare, allowing the US to conquer an enemy without the need for any death or destruction. The head of the CIA, Roscoe Hillenkoetter, agreed, and in 1950 launched Operation Bluebird. Rumored to be named in reference to its objective of making people sing like a bird, Bluebird was a covert mission to research mind control techniques run in partnership between the CIA and the Special Operations Division, or SOD, an ultra-secret subunit within the already incredibly secret Chemical Corps. That same year, the agency was also joined by a man who'd go on to shape it in his own image, Allen Dulles. Coming from about as elite of an upbringing as possible without having an airport named after him, although his brother John Foster Dulles now does, Dulles' grandfather and uncle both served as Secretary of State. The two elder Dulleses made sure to pass on the family business to Allen and his brother, who were given prominent roles fresh out of Princeton. At the age of 26, Allen was representing the US at the 1919 Paris Peace Conference, where he played an active role in redrawing the borders of Europe. But after around 10 years of that, Allen got tired of all the red tape and left the State Department to join his brother at the law firm Sullivan and Cromwell, which at the time was essentially a private State Department, acting as the legal arm of America's robber baron class. But then, during the big WW Deuce, Allen found his true calling when he joined the CIA's predecessor, the OSS, which stationed him in a luxury apartment in the Swiss city of Bern, where he threw elaborate parties for diplomats and defectors, earning the most Ivy League nickname imaginable, the Gentleman Spy Master. Also, interestingly, all of this was at the same time that Hoffman was developing LSD over in Basile, just an hour-long train ride away from Dulles' apartment. What makes all that even crazier, though, is that as wild as that may sound, something to understand is that when Dulles joined the CIA, nothing about his resume was particularly unusual. Pretty much all of the agency's early members came from well-bred, influential families and Ivy League schools where they'd all pledged skull and bones. But unfortunately for about half of the people I'm going to name in this video, in addition to redrawing countries and killing presidents, Dulles was also keenly interested in psychology, particularly the work of Carl Jung. As was the case for the other half of the people I'll name, the way that this interest manifested was in a deep obsession with controlling people's minds. He was particularly interested in the possibility of creating mind-controlled assassins. And so, on January 2nd, 1951, when Allen Dulles joined the CIA as Deputy Director of Plans, meaning that he was in charge of all covert ops, which, is most of what the CIA does. Naturally, the plan that immediately caught his interest was Operation Bluebird. He immediately got very busy, as you can see from an early Bluebird memo from 1951 that listed the key questions Dulles wanted answered. Can accurate information be obtained from willing or unwilling individuals? Can agency personnel or persons of interest to this agency be conditioned to prevent any outside power from obtaining information from them by any known means? Can we obtain control of the future activities, physical and mental, of any given individual, willing or unwilling, by application of special interrogation and hypnosis techniques? Can we prevent any outside power from gaining control of future activities, physical and mental, of agency personnel by any known means? Can we condition, by post-hypnotic suggestion, agency employees or persons of interest to this agency to prevent them from giving information to an unauthorized source or from committing any acts on behalf of a foreign or domestic enemy? Can we, in a matter of an hour, 2 hours, 1 day, etc., induce a hypnotic condition in an unwilling subject to such an extent that he will perform an act for our benefit? Long range. Can we create, by post-hypnotic control, an action contrary to an individual's basic moral principles? Can we seize a subject and, in the space of an hour or two, by post-hypnotic control, have him crash an airplane, wreck a train, etc.? Short, immediate activity. Can we, by special interrogation and hypnotic techniques, force a subject, unwilling or otherwise, to travel long distances, commit specific acts, and return to us or bring documents or materials? Can a person acting under post-hypnotic control successfully travel long distances? Can we alter a person's personality? How long will it hold? Can we devise a system for making unwilling subjects into willing agents and then transfer that control to untrained agency agents in the field by use of codes or identifying signs or credentials? Can we devise a standard, simple, relatively fast technique for inducing special interrogation and hypnotic conditions that can be used by untrained agents, with or without drugs? Is it possible to find a gas that can be used to gain special interrogation control from a gas pencil, odorless, colorless, one shot, etc.? What are full details on sleep-inducing machine? I like that his very first question was if accurate information can be obtained from willing individuals. I feel like you should answer that before you start abducting people and trying to control their minds. To get these answers, they decided that they needed fresh eyes, someone with scientific knowledge from outside the agency who could handle all of the CIA's mind control research. Dulles turned to the Chemical Corps, who then turned to Ira Baldwin, who, despite being retired by then, still held tremendous sway. Baldwin knew just the man for the job, a U of W alum who he'd been something of a mentor to. Enter Sidney Gottlieb. As a Jew from the Bronx and the son of a humble sweatshop owner, it's fair to say that Gottlieb's background set him pretty far apart from the blue-blooded ghouls he'd wind up working with. He had a fairly rough childhood, owing largely to being born with a club foot. While he could walk with braces, his primary way of getting around was to be carried everywhere by his mom, which, as you can imagine, wasn't great for his self-confidence. He eventually began walking on his own after 12 years and 3 surgeries, though he had a limp for the rest of his life. Gottlieb graduated high school in '36 and then enrolled in City College to study advanced German, but transferred to the University of Wisconsin in order to pursue his passion for agricultural engineering. In order to get in, Gottlieb completed a couple of credits at the University of Arkansas, and, more importantly for his future, he endeared himself to the Dean of the University of Wisconsin's College of Agriculture, who was none other than Ira Baldwin. Gottlieb got in, and in 1940 he graduated magna cum laude and then was admitted to Caltech's grad program, thanks in part to one of Baldwin's famous letters of recommendation, in which he says that, quote, "Mr. Gottlieb is a very high type of Jewish boy." This is what people were willing to risk dying of smallpox for. While in California, Gottlieb met his future wife, Margaret Moore. The two immediately bonded over both of their fundamentalist religious upbringings and shared desire to explore alternative spirituality. They got married in 1942 and had 2 kids. Once Gottlieb finished his PhD, he found work at the FDA but quit after a few years, saying that the work was too monotonous. Always looking for their next adventure, Sydney, Margaret, and their kids bounced around until in 1948 the young family moved to an old cabin about 20 miles from Washington, D.C., which they'd make their home, living a pretty idyllic life, raising their now 4 children, as well as chickens, goats, and a small crop of vegetables on their personal hippie homestead. For the next 3 years, Gottlieb took various university research positions until, in 1951, his old mentor called him up with a job offer. Unbeknownst to Gottlieb, at the time, Dulles was looking for someone to take over all of the CIA's mind control research, a field which the spy master believed would be the ultimate battleground for the Cold War and beyond. While Gottlieb's brilliant mind and years of working for the government made him a solid choice on paper, just about everything else about him made him a bit of a weird pick. Not only was he not a member of the American aristocracy, the dude lived in the woods growing his own food, practiced New Age spirituality, and told the CIA psychologist who screened him that he joined the Young People's Socialist League in college. Nevertheless, on Friday the 13th of July in 1951, Gottlieb reported for his first day at work at the CIA, and within a few months, he was put in charge of the chemical division of the Tactical Service Staff, i.e., the people who make spy tools. Gottlieb's first priority in this role was, of course, working on the mind control program, which on August 20th, 1951, had been given the new name Project Artichoke, and with it a much wider scope. TSS had been tasked with creating drugs that could be used for interrogations, particularly a truth serum. Gottlieb dove right in, testing all sorts of experimental and illegal chemicals. Their first candidate was marijuana, which was literally codenamed TD for truth drug. This, of course, didn't work though, and so Gottlieb moved on to something a bit harder: cocaine. I mean, whoever heard of a cokehead lying to someone, right? I just imagine them trying to interrogate someone like, "Tell me the worst business idea imaginable." But then, towards the end of 1951, Gottlieb had his first taste of LSD, and unfortunately, he really liked it. See, acid had already been tested and dismissed as a potential truth drug, but as anyone familiar with this stuff will know, there's something uniquely fascinating about it that tends to cause certain people to become obsessed. And as you can probably guess from the whole growing his own food, woo-woo religious stuff, Gottlieb was exactly that kind of guy. He became convinced that LSD held some kind of mysterious power that, if it could only be understood, would unlock the secret of mind control. From then on, Gottlieb and the agents working for him began regularly taking LSD as well as dosing each other with it. This was at first done consensually, later not so much. But things didn't really get off to the races until November of 1952 when Eisenhower took office. He and the Dulles family were extremely close, and so it wasn't too much of a surprise when Allen Dulles was made the new DCI and his brother John Foster Dulles became Secretary of State. Now that Allen Dulles was in charge of the CIA, he and by extension Gottlieb were free to pursue their obsession with the human mind. While Artichoke had a significantly wider scope than Bluebird, it was still primarily focused on interrogation techniques. For Dulles, this simply wouldn't do. He wasn't just looking to get prisoners to talk. He wanted total control. And so, on April 13th of 1953, Dulles fixed this by giving Gottlieb a new research project with a $300,000 starting budget and total autonomy. MKUltra was officially on. One of the first orders of business was to test out the experimental drugs and techniques they'd been cooking up, and so Gottlieb got to work recruiting doctors and behavioral researchers with the ethical flexibility needed to secretly dose their patients with powerful mind-altering drugs. For the 10 years that he ran MKUltra, Gottlieb would pay out $25 million for human experiments conducted by 185 non-government researchers at around 80 different institutions. All of this was paid for through CIA shell companies, as well as the Office of Naval Research, who'd done some work of their own trying to develop a truth serum in 1947, making them an ideal cover for funding MKUltra experiments. To give you an idea of how loose and sketchy all of this was, let me take you back to 1952 in Korea, about 5 miles northeast of Panmunjom, near the present-day DMZ. There, Alan Dulles' 22-year-old son, Alan Macy Dulles II, had his own mind-opening experience when shrapnel from a mortar entered his brain through the back of his skull, causing a number of severe disabilities. Not only that, Alan Jr.'s injury also significantly loosened his inhibitions. He became prone to angry rants, denouncing his father as a, quote, Hitler lover. While these were dismissed as paranoid delusions, he wasn't too far from the truth, which really struck a nerve for Dulles Sr. Alan started hunting for doctors who could do something to put an end to his son's rants. The more hopeless it got, the more esoteric the specialist he went to. This eventually led him to an appointment with a neurologist named Harold Wolff. Rather than a cure for his son's newly Swiss-cheesed hippocampus, in Wolff, Dulles found something else, a kindred spirit. As one would hope for with any neurologist, Wolff, like Dulles, was deeply interested in finding a way to control the human mind, a subject which the two immediately bonded over. Wolff had developed a number of theories for how to wipe a human mind clean and then rebuild it, which he referred to as human ecology. This was all Dulles needed to hear for him to send Wolff to Gottlieb, who similarly hit it off with him, and just like that, Wolff became a part of MKUltra's network of doctors. He began offering to test all sorts of techniques on his patients, including, quote, threats, coercion, imprisonment, isolation, deprivation, humiliation, torture, brainwashing, black psychology, hypnosis, and combinations of these with or without chemical agents. Naturally, Gottlieb rubber-stamped all of this. But while that may seem pretty fucked, Wolff was far from the worst of the colorful characters the good doctor befriended. First up, there's Paul Hodge, a therapist who, thanks to Gottlieb, began secretly experimenting on one of his patients named Harold Blower, a tennis player who was seeking treatment for the depression he was suffering from following his recent divorce. Hodge convinced him to start a course of treatment in which Blower received regular injections of what was, unbeknownst to him, a concentrated derivative of mescaline called MDA. He complained, but was pressured into continuing the treatment, which he did right up until Hodge administered a dose 14 times larger than normal. Blower began sweating, flailing, foaming at the mouth, and then entered a coma before dying of an overdose. One of Hodge's medical assistants later confessed that, quote, "We didn't know if it was dog piss or what it was we were giving him." Or how about Harris Isbell, who ran the Addiction Research Center in Lexington, Kentucky, which, despite its name, operated essentially as a prison for drug addicts, most of whom were poor and black. Isbell had already done some work for the Office of Naval Research in which he'd tested out various truth serums on his inmates, and so when he heard rumblings that the CIA was looking to test an exciting new drug called LSD, he immediately threw his hat into the ring. Naturally, Gottlieb jumped at the opportunity. Once the ink was dry, Isbell began recruiting test subjects in his usual way, which was to offer them heroin in exchange for their participation. As a side note, Isbell would go on to write or co-author over 100 scientific articles in which he described these tests, always referring to the participants as volunteers rather than prisoners or, victims. Anyways, once they'd signed up, he would dose his volunteers with ridiculous amounts of LSD daily. In the most extreme of these experiments, Isbell selected 7 inmates who he gave what he described to Gottlieb as, quote, double, triple, and quadruple doses every day for 77 days. For an idea of what that would be like, here's the testimony from a victim of yet another similar experiment. In 1957, while a prisoner at the Atlanta Penitentiary, I was recruited by Dr. Carl Pfeiffer of Emory University to join a medical project that was researching a cure for schizophrenia. For our participation, we would receive 3 days of good time for each month on the project. We were injected with massive doses of LSD-25. In minutes, the drug would take over, and about 8 or 9 men, Dr. Pfeiffer and several men in suits who were not doctors, would give us tests to see how we reacted. 8 convicts in a panic and paranoid state, total loss of appetite, hallucinating. The room would change shape, hours of paranoia and feeling violent. We experienced horrible periods of living nightmares and even blood coming out of the walls. Guys turned to skeletons in front of me. I saw a camera change into the head of a dog. I felt like I was going insane. The men in suits would be in a room and hook me up to machines, asking questions like, did you ever kill anyone? Would you kill someone? 2 men went psychotic. They had all the symptoms of schizophrenia. They had to be pried loose from under their beds, growling, barking, and frothing at the mouth. They put them in a strip cell down the hall. I never saw or heard of them again. They told us we were helping find a cure for schizophrenia. When it was all over, everyone would feel suicidal and depressed, wrung out emotionally. Time would stand still. I tried to quit, but Dr. Pfeiffer would appeal to me. Please, you're my best subject, and we are close to finding the cure. And then there was Harold Abramson, an allergist based in New York City and a very early acid enthusiast. Abramson had guided Gottlieb through his first ever trip and therefore received a special place in the network. Originally, Gottlieb had him delivering LSD to the other doctors, though naturally Abramson also saved some which he gave out to guests at his infamous sex parties on Long Island. But after a few years of this, Gottlieb decided that clearly Abramson was ready for more responsibility, and so tasked him to run some experiments of his own, for which Abramson was given an incredibly generous $85,000 grant to fund this research. Naturally, he took this very seriously. His early experiments involved giving acid to his Siamese fighting fish, but soon enough, Abramson found a subject that really captured his interest. Giving psychedelic drugs to, and he was very specific about this, prepubescent boys. One particularly disturbing experiment involved a group of 14 schizophrenic children as young as 6 years old who he gave LSD to every day for 6 weeks. Gottlieb began buying as much LSD as he could from Sandoz Pharmaceuticals, at the time the only company on earth that knew how to make the stuff. He wasn't just stocking up to make sure he had a supply for his network of doctors, as well as his personal trips, but also because the CIA feared that the Soviets were studying it too, and might even be trying to buy up the world's supply. I've seen some conflicting claims about this. Some say that the Soviets were experimenting with LSD to develop a mind control program of their own, which is definitely very possible. Others have said that this was just CIA paranoia mixed with some bad intel, which is also very on brand. Whatever the truth is, we can say from declassified CIA memos that at the very least, they definitely believed that this was true. Naturally, the only reasonable response then was for the CIA to buy the world's supply of acid first. In 1953, Gottlieb attempted to do exactly that. He thought that he'd be getting 10 kilograms of LSD, but this was a miscommunication and he wound up only receiving 10 grams. This was barely enough to get Gottlieb and his colleagues through a music festival, let alone supply for an entire clandestine network. And so, Gottlieb instructed the American pharma company Eli Lilly to start researching the stuff so they could start manufacturing it themselves. But while you might think that this limit on Gottlieb's acid supply might have slowed him down, that couldn't be further from the truth. One mishap that really shows how fast and loose they were playing things happened in 1953 when Gottlieb, ever the fun boss, decided to hold a Thanksgiving retreat for the scientists running MKULTRA. He rented a cabin in Deer Creek, Maryland, and sent out letters inviting the team to come for a little sleepover, scheduled from Wednesday, November 18th until that Friday. Since the guest list consisted of everyone who knew the daily ins and outs of the US military's most secret initiative, security had to be tight. The invitation contained detailed instructions for the circuitous routes they needed to take and ended with a note that read, quote, "Camouflage. Winter meeting of scriptwriters, editors, authors, lecturers, sports magazines. Move CD, that's Camp Diedrich, decals from cars." You know, just a fun little office Thanksgiving party. Dinner and drinks will be provided, but please bring something for our canned food drive. Also, anyone who speaks to you while you're traveling must be shot and disposed of. No plus ones. Despite all the cloak and dagger, the first 24 hours were by all accounts a pretty chill time. But things took a turn on the second night. After dinner, the men began drinking, and Gottlieb decided to pull a real evil Michael Scott move. He broke out a bottle of liquor, which the men helped themselves to. After about 20 minutes, he asked if anyone was feeling weird, and then revealed that he'd laced the booze with LSD. God, how does he always find a way to put his foot in his mouth? Now, for anyone who's not familiar with taking psychedelics, an important concept to be aware of when coming into a trip is awareness of what's called set and setting. Originally coined by Alfred Matthew Hubbard, a man often referred to as the Johnny Appleseed of psychedelics for his role in popularizing LSD, Hubbard argued that whether a psychedelic trip will be a positive or negative experience generally comes down to the set, meaning the headspace of the person taking the drug, and the setting, referring to the environment in which this happens, both physical and social. And in the case of Gottlieb's retreat, while the setting of being unknowingly drugged by your boss in the middle of nowhere isn't ideal for anyone, someone there who came in with a particularly bad set was Dr. Frank Olson. Another one of Ira Baldwin's recruits. While high-level decisions about chemical research were handled by Gottlieb, Olson was the one directing the day-to-day operations of Camp Diedrich as the acting chief of the SOD and MK Naomi, which was the CIA's chemical warfare program. But at the time of the retreat, Olson was in particularly low spirits. For the past year, he'd been charged with traveling across Europe and Asia in order to observe how the Chemical Corps' handiwork was being put into practice, which turned out to be a deeply upsetting experience. In particular, Olson recalled to a friend that he attended an experiment in England in which a 20-year-old engineer in the Royal Air Force named Ronald Madison was exposed to a small dose of a chemical originally created but never used by the Nazi war machine, known as sarin nerve gas. And while we can't know if Olson was aware that the CIA would use sarin on communists in Laos less than 20 years later, what we do know is that in the 5 minutes he spent watching Madison writhe in agony before he died, Olson began to question the morality of his work. This is all to say that Frank wasn't in a great headspace to be tripping balls with his boss that night. In fact, it seems like for Olson, this was the trip that broke the camel's back, as in the days that followed, he didn't go back to normal. When he returned to his family, he was suffering from skull-flattening guilt and paranoid delusions that he'd said something wrong and now the CIA was out to get him. Honestly, it seems like the acid might have cured him of being an evil psychopath, which he correctly realized made him a liability. After 5 days of this with no signs of improvement, Olsen's boss Vincent Ruett and Gottlieb himself sat down with Olsen and were very disturbed by what they'd seen. Ironically, while the CIA probably wasn't out to get Frank before, thanks to his paranoid breakdown, that was now a different story. Olsen's intimate knowledge of MKUltra and SOD meant that this had to be taken very seriously, since in effect, his mental health was now a matter of national security. But even though they needed to get Olsen straightened out ASAP, he couldn't exactly go yapping to a regular therapist. The only solution would be for him to talk to a doctor who also knew about MKUltra. Luckily, Gottlieb knew a bunch of those. Of the people in his network, Gottlieb decided to send Olsen to the sketchiest and least qualified one, Harold Abramson, who, might I remind you that even setting aside his disturbing interest in young boys, Abramson wasn't a psychologist. But once that was decided, Ruett and Gottlieb's chief aide Robert Lashbrook brought Olsen to New York to see Abramson. The meeting actually seemed to have gone pretty well. Even though Abramson wasn't a therapist, he did have high enough security clearance that Olsen could feel free to open up to him, and after the appointment, Frank seemed to be returning to his old self. This didn't last though, and the following day he was worse than ever. Olsen, Ruett, and Lashbrook went back to Abramson for 2 more appointments, which again seemed to calm Olsen down significantly. After his 3rd visit, Olsen seemed to be lucid and in good spirits. The 3 men checked into room 1018A at the Statler Hotel, had dinner, and then went to bed. However, Frank didn't stay there for long, and at 2:25 a.m. he was lying in a pool of blood on the sidewalk in front of the hotel, which he got to via the window of his 10th story room. Strangely, when the police arrived to investigate said room, they found Lashbrook calmly sitting on the toilet. He claimed to have been asleep when Olsen's LSD-addled brain made contact with the sidewalk, and said that he didn't call 911 or even leave the room because he thought that there was no point. Lashbrook was brought in for questioning, but quickly released once the police confirmed who he worked for. The police investigation was subsequently squashed, and the CIA sent their fixers to the hotel room to get rid of all evidence. Meanwhile, Ruett was sent to break the news to Alice Olsen that she was now a widow. When she asked to know what happened, Ruett simply said that her late husband, quote, fell or jumped to his death. When Alice's crying woke her 9-year-old son, Eric, Ruett responded extremely strangely by simply turning to the child and flatly telling him that, quote, your father had an accident. He fell or jumped out a window. This strange phrase wound up being used in every description of Olsen's death, from official police reports to the obituary in his hometown newspaper. Weird. Eric Olsen would go on to spend decades investigating his father's death and came to the conclusion that he didn't fall or jump, but instead was pushed or thrown, likely by the man who first told him that phrase in his childhood living room. Personally, I'm not totally sure, but I also don't think it really matters. As far as I'm concerned, Frank Olsen was killed by the CIA regardless of what happened in that hotel room. As you can imagine, this was a pretty sobering event. In the immediate aftermath, the higher-ups at the CIA decided that Gottlieb needed to be reined in by locking away the LSD and requiring him to receive approval to access it, something that it's wild that they took so long to do. However, this didn't last long. The decision was quickly reversed when it was decided that Gottlieb's work was too important to place literally any restrictions on. Gottlieb naturally responded to this by becoming even more insane. Leading up to the CIA's 1954 Christmas party, a memo had to be released warning people not to drink the punch since the MKULTRA guys were sure to spike it with LSD. In fairness though, the boys in TSS had a lot to celebrate at that time. They'd just received an early Christmas present when, near the end of '54, Eli Lilly finally cracked the code for LSD and began producing it at an industrial scale. As a sort of New Year's resolution, Gottlieb started out in 1955 by writing a list of all the things that he was working on or hoping to study. The list is as follows. 1. Substances which will promote illogical thinking and impulsiveness to the point where the recipient would be discredited in public. 2. Substances which increase the efficacy of mentation and perception. 3. Materials which will prevent or counteract the intoxicating effects of alcohol. 4. Materials which will promote the intoxicating effects of alcohol. 5. Materials which will produce the signs and symptoms of recognized diseases in a reversible way so that they may be used for malingering, etc. 6. Materials which will render the indication of hypnosis easier or otherwise enhance its usefulness. 7. Substances which will enhance the ability of individuals to withstand privation, torture, and coercion during interrogation and so-called brainwashing. 8. Materials and physical methods which will produce amnesia for events preceding and during their use. 9. Physical methods of producing shock and confusion over extended periods of time and capable of surreptitious use. 10. Substances which produce physical disablement, such as paralysis of the legs, acute anemia, etc. 11. Substances which will produce pure euphoria with no subsequent letdown. 12. Substances which alter personality structure in such a way that the tendency of the recipient to become dependent upon another person is enhanced. 13. A material which will cause mental confusion of such a type that the individual under the influence will find it difficult to maintain a fabrication under questioning. 14. Substances which will lower the ambition and general working efficiency of men when administered in undetectable amounts. 15. Substances which will promote weakness or distortion of the eyesight or hearing faculties, preferably without permanent effects. 16. A knockout pill which can surreptitiously be administered in drinks, food, cigarettes, as an aerosol, etc., which will be safe to use, provide a maximum of amnesia, and be suitable for use by agent types on an ad hoc basis. 17. A material which can be surreptitiously administered by the above routes and which in very small amounts will make it impossible for a man to perform any physical activity whatever. But there was something else he got up to that wasn't on the list. Now that Gottlieb had access to swimming pools of LSD, he wanted to begin doing real clinical trials, something that the lab at Camp Diedrich and his sketchy doctor friends weren't equipped for. And so he did what any scientist looking to test a new drug would do, and began outsourcing to reputable schools and hospitals. Unlike most other scientists, though, the funding for this came from a series of CIA cutouts, through which Gottlieb funded his studies and expanded his network to include many of the top behavioral scientists in America. But the thing is, doesn't that all sound like too much of a hassle? Having to clear things with other departments in the agency, keeping track of all these different shell companies, not to mention the very slight amount of oversight that this involved. Wouldn't it be easier if Gottlieb had a front of his very own so he didn't have to keep borrowing the agencies? He thought so too. So in '55, Gottlieb called up his old friend Harold Wolff, and using his term, the two of them started the Society for the Investigation of Human Ecology, with Wolff as the founding president. The first study they funded involved trying to brainwash Chinese people in America in the hopes that they could be made to go home and commit acts of sabotage. Things quickly ballooned from there as they began funding research on just about any harebrained shower thought that popped into Gottlieb's head. And since he'd been doing acid constantly for 4 years at this point, there was no shortage of weird ideas. They did a study on how owning a nuclear fallout shelter affects people's views on foreign policy. Then one about the emotional effects of circumcision. And of course, there was plenty of good old phrenology. Now, moving on, let me tell you a little bit about a real piece of shit named George Hunter White. White was a dirtbag tough guy narcotics agent who had been brought on to show the nerds at TSS how things go down in the streets. He'd originally been put in charge of running fake safe houses in New York where he'd dose hippies and drug addicts, then study their behavior. That may sound kind of nuts, but don't worry, White made it a point to personally test all the drugs that he was using. He generally preferred to do this orally. In '55, he got promoted to head of the Federal Bureau of Narcotics and relocated to San Francisco. Gottlieb saw this as a fantastic opportunity to take things up a notch, with White setting up a new and even more insane safe house, and so began Operation Midnight Climax. The cheap vampire porno sounding name was absolutely intentional here, since what Midnight Climax entailed was White, along with his friend, a former military intelligence officer named Ira Ike Feldman, setting up a brothel in which the sex workers he hired were trained to dose their johns with acid and then talk to them after they'd had sex to see if LSD or whatever other drugs Gottlieb had cooked up could be effectively combined with sex to loosen someone's tongue. The place was wired up with bugs from floor to ceiling, and a secret room was built so that White could watch the show while, this is completely true, sitting on a portable toilet and drinking martinis from a pitcher. Now, Ike Feldman is a particularly interesting source thanks to the extremely honest look he gives us into what kind of a guy Gottlieb really was. While he was known at home as a wholesome old hippie dad, to his bosses as a nerdy Jewish outsider with his head in the clouds, and his subordinates as a kind and understanding boss, although you should definitely watch your drink around him, Ike, on the other hand, saw a very different side of Sidney. He described their first meeting as follows. "Several times Sidney Gottlieb came out. I met Gottlieb at the pad and at White's office. Sidney was a nice guy. He was a fucking nut. They were all nuts. I says, you're a good Jewish boy from Brooklyn like me. What are you doing with these crazy cocksuckers? He had this black bag with him. He says, this is my bag of dirty tricks. He had all kinds of crap in that bag. We took a drive out to Meyer Woods out by Stinson Beach. Sidney says, stop the car. He pulls out a dart gun and shoots this big eucalyptus tree with a dart. Then he tells me, come back in 2 days and check this tree. So we go back in 2 days. The tree was completely dead. Not a leaf left on it. And while I know that sounds pretty bad, and I don't just mean my Brooklyn accent, don't worry. Gottlieb wasn't just some total psycho, he was also a dirtbag. Feldman added some more juicy details during a deposition in which he said that, quote, anytime that fuck came to San Francisco, get me a goyle. He always needed a goyle. And hey, definitely not good, but it was the 50s. I'm rewatching Mad Men right now. I'm sure everyone involved in this looked really cool. Where this gets a bit weirder though is with Gottlieb's relationship with Mr. and Mrs. White. Feldman claims that when he and Gottlieb would visit White, the scientists would slip something into George's drink and then proceed to fuck his wife while her husband was unconscious and Feldman watched. They were very good friends. I'd always pick them up. We'd go there, we'd sit. I don't drink. Before you know it, White passed out in the bedroom and Sidney was on the couch with the old lady, humping her brains out. George knew, but I think he loved her very much. Aww, what the fuck? Anyways, in 57, Gottlieb was approaching 40, and having evidently fallen into the grips of a midlife crisis, decided he needed a change, and applied to be transferred to a field office in Munich, where he'd be able to try out his techniques under more real-world circumstances. The application was accepted, and so he and his family moved to Germany for 2 years. While in Munich, Gottlieb's presence was definitely felt. Soon after he arrived, there was a sharp uptick in people being illegally kidnapped by the CIA and then subjected to strange and extremely illegal interrogation techniques, all without the knowledge of the German authorities. According to some agents stationed there, Gottlieb was regularly being brought in to interrogate prisoners and seemed to have an uncanny ability to get the truth out of them. After his 2 years abroad, Gottlieb returned to America in time for the CIA to be handed over to John McCoy, a complete outsider who didn't share Dulles' supervillain-esque obsession with controlling people's minds, preferring instead to stay in his lane overthrowing democratically elected socialists. And so, when he learned about MKUltra, he was a little surprised and called for the CIA's Inspector General to conduct a full audit of the project. Unsurprisingly, the report called for MKUltra to receive a lot more oversight in a much more narrow scope. You might expect Gottlieb to have fought this, but instead, he responded with a letter that argued that the report actually didn't go far enough, claiming that MKUltra's findings lacked practical applications and suggested that the whole thing be shut down. And so, they did just that. Over the next few years, MKUltra's sub-projects were shut down, and in '64 it officially ended and was replaced with MK Search, which had a much more limited mission. Quote, to develop a capability to manipulate human behavior in a predictable manner through the use of drugs. It's crazy that I have to call that reasonable now, but here we are. Gottlieb spent the rest of his career at the agency devising increasingly insane ways to assassinate socialist politicians. Like, you know that meme about the CIA trying to kill Castro with a poison pen? That was a real thing that Gottlieb made. Some other highlights from this time include botulism-laced toothpaste, which was made to assassinate Patrice Lumumba, a coin with a poison-tipped needle hidden inside so that captured US soldiers could commit suicide with it, and, funniest of all, he was involved in another plan to take down Castro, where the CIA figured that the source of the Cuban leader's appeal was his beard, and so Gottlieb developed a powder that would make him go bald if it was put in his shoes. Unfortunately, the plan fell apart because they spent so long working on the anti-beard powder that they actually never figured out a way to get their hands on Castro's shoes. Isn't that fucking nuts? Like, that's entirely real. They were actually just like, oh, stupid. How'd we get our hands on the shoes? The plan was perfect too. We realized that his beard is where his power is. We made the powder that goes in his feet to make it fall out. Back to the drawing board, guys. Actually though, with everything I just named, one of the weirdest things is that for one reason or another, none of those inventions were ever actually used. You really get the sense that Gottlieb's creations weren't remotely practical at any point ever. It was just all about, like, doing cool, weird shit. But Gottlieb's idyllic, mad scientist life was interrupted one day in 1973 when Nixon fired then-director of the CIA Richard Helms as retribution for him not suppressing the FBI's investigation into Watergate. While he was on his way out, Helms called his old buddy Sidney into his office to reminisce about old times. The meeting took on a more serious tone, though, when Helms changed the subject to Gottlieb's baby, MKUltra. The two men came to an agreement that all the files needed to be destroyed, and that night, that's exactly what they did. As a declassified memo by an unnamed CIA psychologist describes. Early in 1973, Dr. Gottlieb, then chief of the Technical Services Division, called and me into his office and requested that we review our branch holdings and assure him that there were no extant records of the drug research program which had been terminated many years before. Dr. Gottlieb explained that Mr. Helms, in the process of vacating his chair as DCI, had called him and said, in effect, "Let's take this with us," or "Let's let this die with us." Essentially, Helms was taking notice that he and Dr. Gottlieb largely personified the always controversial drug research program, and since it was long over, he wanted them to take the onus and responsibility away with them in their retirements, not leaving it as a burden or an albatross for those who came after them. There was no related investigations taking place at the time and no relevant caveats on reduction of files. Mr. Helms seemed to be saying, "It was our bath, let us clean the tub." Honestly, say what you will about these guys, pretty rare to see a boss who's down to support the next generation by destroying evidence of a massive illegal conspiracy rather than just pulling the ladder up with them. However, while these two bosses of the year did manage to destroy about 90 to 95% of the documents, things didn't remain buried for long. Nixon replaced Helms with James Schlesinger, who, rattled by the Watergate scandal, called for a complete accounting of any illegal activities the agency had conducted, which were collected into a 693-page document that came to be known as the Family Jewels. The existence of this wound up being leaked to the journalist Seymour Hersh by a disillusioned CIA agent, resulting in the front-page New York Times story, "Huge CIA operation reported in U.S. against anti-war forces and other dissidents in Nixon years." This story sparked a new round of government investigations into CIA misconduct in the forms of the Rockefeller Commission, the Church Committee, and the 1977 Joint Senate hearing. Even though the files were gone, through these hearings, the American public learned about the many illegal activities of the CIA through testimony directly from the agents' mouths. Finally, while all of this was going on, a former State Department employee named John Marks decided to do some digging of his own and began filing FOIA requests for anything related to Bluebird, Artichoke, or MKUltra. In 1976, he hit pay dirt when the person processing his request searched the CIA's Retired Records Center and found 7 boxes containing about 20,000 pages that Helms and Gottlieb missed. Turns out that while they were able to destroy all of their lab reports and just about everything that directly describes what they got up to, all of the financial documents were filed in a separate way, which saved them from being destroyed. While there are obviously still massive holes in our knowledge, Gottlieb was obsessive about recording every expense, which gives us a surprisingly full view of what happened. Marx used the contents of these boxes to write this book, The Search for the Manchurian Candidate, which was the first major history of MKUltra and is still one of the best ones that you can read. But while all this was happening, Gottlieb was blissfully ignorant. He'd retired in '73 when he was 54 years young, and deciding that they were ready for their next big adventure, he and his wife sold their home and set off to travel the world, providing humanitarian aid and searching for spiritual enlightenment. Without any plan other than to serve the needy, the two aging hippies got on a freighter in San Francisco and headed off. They traveled the world, eventually winding up at a hospital in India helping people with leprosy, until one day a message arrived for Sydney. The US government had finally tracked him down and wanted to ask him some questions. Gottlieb returned to America to testify before the Church Committee and the Senate. Not only was he able to receive full immunity in exchange for his testimony, but Gottlieb also claimed to be suffering health issues which made him medically incapable of appearing before a crowd, and so was able to provide his testimony over an intercom in a private room. When asked about why he had destroyed all of his documents, Gottlieb claimed that it had nothing to do with covering illegal activity and that there were actually 3 very good reasons. 1, As with the other files which were destroyed in a continuing and important CIA program of files destruction to handle a burgeoning paper problem, there was constant pressure to retire files and to destroy those files which had no further use. 2. With my retirement and that of others connected with this work, and with the drug work over and inactive for several years, these files were of no constructive use to the agency. They were the kind of sensitive files that were capable of being misunderstood by anyone not thoroughly familiar with their background. 3. The files contain the names of prominent scientists, researchers, and physicians who had collaborated with us and who had been assured that their relationship with the CIA would be kept forever confidential. I felt that the careers and reputations of these people would be severely damaged or ruined, for instance, in today's climate of investigations, if their names and CIA connections were made public. I felt a special, deep, personal obligation to respect this assurance of confidentiality and to make as certain as I could that these particular CIA sources would never be revealed. Literally just A, we're destroying files all the time. B, you'd probably misunderstand them and think that drugging people is bad. And C, cancel culture. As far as further justice, though, following his testimony, Gottlieb faced a number of lawsuits from people who believed that they had been victims of the program, all wound up being dismissed, and Gottlieb went on to spend his golden years in comfort, surrounded by his loved ones, until he died in 1999 at the age of 80. But now, the question is, of course, what exactly was in those destroyed documents? Well, one CIA psychologist named John Gittinger claimed that by the 60s they'd realized that all the brainwashing stuff was a complete dead end. Quote, by 1961, 1962, it was at least proven to my satisfaction that brainwashing, so-called, as some kind of esoteric device where drugs or mind-altering kinds of conditions and so forth were used, did not exist. The Manchurian Candidate as a movie really set us back a long time because it made something impossible look possible. But by 1962 and 1963, the general idea that we were able to come up with is that brainwashing was largely a process of isolating a human being, keeping him out of contact, putting him under long stress in relationship to the interviewing and interrogation, and that they could produce any change that way without having to resort to any kind of esoteric means. Ironic that a movie doing Red Scare anti-China propaganda somehow ended up screwing the CIA. There's also a quote from David Rhodes, who was the president of the Society for the Investigation of Human Ecology for a couple of years. And he said that, quote, the possibility of creating a Manchurian Candidate is a total psychological impossibility. But it is intriguing. It is a lot of fun. Hey, doesn't it make you feel better to know that they were having fun? This, however, is backed up by Gottlieb's testimony, in which he said that, at the time I left the CIA, my conclusion would have been that the probability of them using psychogenic materials in a finely tuned way to alter behavior was very low, on the basis that we found it was very hard to do. What really happened to people when they were under the influence of these mind-altering or psychogenic drugs was very variable, very unpredictable. The thing is, though, that while those claims may be true, we also have to consider who they're coming from, which are members of the CIA, and if you only learn one thing from this video, you should absolutely never ever take the CIA at their word. We do have some harder evidence, though, in the form of CIA memos. There's this artichoke memo from January 22nd, 1954 that specifically describes trying to hypnotize someone into committing a political assassination and comes to the conclusion that it can't be done. There's also another from July 15th of the same year saying that when it comes to using hypnosis for military purposes, they weren't able to achieve anything meaningful outside of lab conditions. And then there's a memo Gottlieb himself wrote, titled Scientific and Technical Problems in Covert Action Operations, in which he admitted that, quote, as of 1960, no effective knockout pill, truth serum, aphrodisiac, or recruitment pill was known to exist. Typical Gottlieb to be most concerned about creating an aphrodisiac. Was that going to help with interrogations, or did you just want that for George White's wife? And finally, probably one of the most convincing pieces of evidence for the dumbass theory is that back then, just like today, the CIA was sharing their intel with the Israeli intelligence agency Mossad, and when they heard about MKUltra, the Israelis got very interested. In '68, they tried to put the CIA's work into practice by kidnapping a Palestinian child, who they then spent 3 months trying to brainwash into becoming their programmed assassin in order to kill Yasser Arafat. However, within about 5 hours of them setting him loose, he turned himself into the police and told them everything that happened. Now, I definitely find this stuff pretty convincing, but to be fair here, it's still absolutely possible that they had some big successes too. It's also worth noting that, as Naomi Klein argues in the Shock Doctrine, in order to distract from the more nefarious stuff that they were up to, the CIA was likely happy to be made a laughingstock as the press zeroed in on the strange projects like the use of LSD, as well as some of the really bizarre research, such as sub-project number 136, which focused on cultivating ESP. Overall though, in my opinion, where this theory gets it right is in highlighting the fact that MKUltra was a massive shit show. That's completely true. The problem though is that if you're claiming that they didn't get anything out of it, then all we have to do is prove that they did. And I think that that's pretty doable. So let me introduce you to So this theory states that MKUltra was far from a failure, but that its goals were substantially more mundane. Not mundane as in boring, but mundane in the way that almost everything is compared to creating mind-controlled secret agents. The idea is that all the weird-ass mind control stuff, the drugs, hypnosis, brain implants, and what have you, were either quickly abandoned, never really taken seriously in the first place, or a cover to make the agency look silly in order to hide the real objective of MKUltra, developing more effective torture techniques, something that, undeniably, they were massively successful in doing. Two big proponents of this theory, and the main sources I'll be using for this section, are the historian Alfred McCoy's book A Question of Torture, as well as the Shock Doctrine by Naomi Klein. Now, before we get into things, let's do a brief refresher on torture. It is obviously one of humanity's most ancient forms of artistic expression, but interestingly, opposition to torture is far from some form of modern woke squeamishness, and in fact goes almost as far back as torture itself. The practice was forbidden in ancient Greece except on slaves, and while the Romans were cool with it, even they urged caution. The imperial jurist Ulpian in the 3rd century AD described torture as a, quote, delicate, dangerous, and deceptive thing. For many persons have such strength of body and soul that they heed pain very little, so that there is no means of obtaining the truth from them, while others are so susceptible to pain that they will tell any lie rather than suffer it. It's crazy that people today have significantly less progressive views than this guy. Some of them are probably writing angry comments about what a liberal cuck he was right now. But if we've always known about these drawbacks, why has torture stuck around for so long? Well, it's not hard to imagine a situation ripped out of some early 2000s action movie to justify its use. Picture this. You're the leader of a country and there's trouble afoot. You have solid intel that one of your evil enemies is planning to kill a ton of your citizens, or worse, threaten your power. You know just enough to be sure that something's coming, but not enough to stop it. Luckily, you've captured one of the conspirators, but he isn't talking and every second counts. What are you gonna do? Sure, a trial would be nice, but that's not really a luxury you can afford. If only just this once there was some way to skip all of that and quickly extract the information that you need. The problem, though, is that even in the most black and white hypothetical you can imagine, it never really stops there. Sure, the results aren't very reliable, but the ease and efficiency with which they're extracted makes that easy to ignore. There's also something deeply intoxicating about wielding that kind of power, both for you and the people actually getting their hands dirty. Pretty soon, what used to be a dubious but potentially justifiable last resort is being used more and more with less and less discrimination. This tends to have some serious political costs in the long term. Citizens in rival states don't look too kindly on torture or all the nasty business that comes with it. However, far from dissuading you, this opposition only provides more justification for you to really take the gloves off. Back in ancient times, the thing that put a damper on the use of torture in Europe was actually the spread of Christianity. In 866, Pope Nicholas banned the practice on the grounds that it was antithetical to Christ's teachings. But, of course, this didn't last for long. Torture started to make a comeback around 1215 when the church abolished trial by ordeal, and was made official in 1252 when the ironically named Pope Innocent IV declared that torture was kosher, both for interrogation and punishment, as it was used to great effect during the Inquisition. But all trends are cyclical, and so by the 18th century, torture once again fell out of fashion in European courts, which were starting to prefer evidence over forced confessions. This time, the pendulum took about 200 years to swing back, but sure enough, as World War I ended, strongmen leaders rose to power across Europe, each bringing with them a secret police force who were all too happy to get their hands dirty, enforcing their respective authoritarian regime by applying new methods to this very old profession. It took a bit longer for this to be felt stateside. In 1948, the US helped pass the UN's Universal Declaration of Human Rights, but in a move that might feel pretty familiar, the conservatives jumped on this issue, arguing that it represented a Luciferian globalist one-world government NWO takeover. I'm sure it was also just a coincidence that Jim Crow was a clear violation of it. In response, conservatives tried to pass the Bricker Amendment, which would limit the president's control over foreign policy. Eisenhower stopped this, but to do so, he had to prove that he wasn't a little bitch by refusing to sign the UN Covenant on Human Rights, the UN Covenant on the Political Rights of Women, or support the Genocide Convention. Now, we already covered how the CIA's fear of communist brainwashing was the catalyst for Operation Bluebird, but I left a couple details out. While Bluebird was absolutely trying to develop all sorts of weird mind control techniques through drugs and hypnosis, the image that calls to mind is probably some guys in white lab coats waving a pocket watch back and forth. In reality, what Bluebird actually entailed was a lot closer to, Bluebird's first ever memo called for experiments, quote, investigating the possibility of control of an individual by application of special interrogation techniques, using defectors, refugees, POWs, and others. While this was started by Hillenkoetter in 1950, it really took off after Allen Dulles joined the CIA. Now, in order to try out these special interrogation techniques, they needed somewhere nice and remote. One of the first of such places was a captured Nazi base in Germany on the outskirts of Übersee called Camp King, where a notoriously brutal group of American soldiers called the Rough Boys conducted interrogations. The CIA began performing Bluebird experiments just outside the base's perimeter in a safe house, i.e., a secret prison they built where captured enemy agents could be subjected to experimental torture methods. The modern term for this is, of course, a black site. The agents who conducted these Bluebird interrogations were working under the skilled eye of a doctor who they referred to as Doc Fisher. His real name, though, was Walter Schreiber, the former Surgeon General of the Nazi Army who had approved all manner of horrific experiments on the inmates of Auschwitz, Ravensbrück, and Dachau. After the war, Schreiber was captured by the Russians and imprisoned in the infamous Lubyanka prison, but managed to escape and sneak over to West Germany, where he turned himself over to the Counterintelligence Corps, who quickly scooped him up in Operation Paperclip, then sent him to Camp King. There, the tables were turned as Schreiber was set to work plying his trade on captured Soviets. This wound up being such a hit that soon similar black sites started opening up shop all over West Germany and then East Asia, often coming complete with their own war criminal doctors provided by Operation Paperclip. One example was Shiro Ishii, who ran Japan's infamous Unit 731, a germ warfare research division stationed in Manchuria, who served as the inspiration for the Chemical Corps. Unit 731's research involved dissecting the bodies of between 3,000 and 12,000 prisoners while they were still alive. But directly following the war, the bourgeoisie Tokyo war crimes trial was trying to take punitive measures, but the US stepped in to mediate a transformative justice process based on anarchist principles of abolition, in which Ishii was allowed to avoid all charges in exchange for turning over his research and taking a job at an East Asian black site, shooting up captured North Koreans with benzodrine and sodium amytal. Remember, kids, ACAB includes war crime tribunals. It's my best bread tube impression. Anyways, as we know, Sidney Gottlieb was brought into the agency in 1951, and shortly thereafter, Bluebird was renamed to Artichoke and handed over to him. As one of Dulles' early memos makes clear, while Artichoke had a much wider scope than Bluebird, at its core, it would be a continuation of it. Our principal goal remains the same as it was in the beginning, the investigation of drug effects on ego control and volitional activities, i.e. can willfully suppressed information be elicited through drugs affecting higher nervous systems? If so, which agents are better for this purpose? Team Artichoke began conducting their experiments at a black site in the Panama Canal called Fort Clayton. Their first guest was a prisoner they called Kelly, real name Dmitry Dimitrov, a Bulgarian politician who'd been sharing intel with the CIA. The issue, though, was that they'd heard Dimitrov might have been thinking of switching over to work with the French. Never ones to take rejection. Well, the CIA did the only rational thing, kidnapping Dimitrov and bringing him to a Greek prison where they tortured him for 6 months. After that, he really didn't want to work with America, so they brought him to Fort Clayton, where he was subjected to experimental torture methods for 3 years. In that time, while Dimitrov never really came around on Uncle Sam, a lot of other things did change. Under Gottlieb, Artichoke carried on conducting experiments primarily on Americans and had seen some preliminary success with a combination of LSD, sodium pentothal, and hypnosis. The CIA guys were very excited about all of this, and so in '53, Artichoke was expanded again, turning into MKUltra. Dulles announced the creation of what would be the CIA's most closely guarded secret in an oddly public way. On April 10th, exactly 3 days before the official launch of MKUltra, Dulles gave a speech at a conference for his fellow Princeton alumni. The subject was the dangers of communist brainwashing, which he claimed were a dire threat to America, saying that the Soviets had mysterious techniques, the victims of which, quote, are deprived of the ability to state their own thoughts. Parrot-like, the individuals so conditioned can merely repeat thoughts which have been implanted in their minds by suggestion from outside. In effect, the brain under these circumstances becomes a phonograph, playing a disc put on its spindle by an outside genius over which it has no control. Interestingly though, as the speech went on, the methods Dulles described seemed to have a suspicious similarity to the types of things the CIA had been developing at black sites for the past 2 years. Claiming to have spoken to a Christian missionary who was tortured in China, Dulles said, this man described how he had been subjected for 75 days to the monotony of interrogation, mostly during the night hours, by relays of brutal questions, deprived of sleep and subjected to the effects of bright lighting during the period of his questioning. As far as he knew, no drugs were used, but of course, they might have been used without his knowing it. What makes this all the stranger is that while with hindsight it's pretty clear that these rumors of communist brainwashing experiments were almost entirely bullshit, Dulles actually knew that back then too. Jumping back a bit, on May 30th, 1951, Sir Henry T. Tizard, the senior scientist for the British Ministry of Defence, checked into the Ritz-Carlton Hotel at 1228 Rue Sherbrooke West in Montreal. He was there to address the Canadian Association of Physicists at a conference that would be taking place in 2 days. On June 1st, the day of the conference, Tizard gave 2 speeches, one over lunch and a second at dinner. In between these 2 addresses, he slipped away to the real reason for his trip. A meeting which he described in his diary simply as, quote, discussion with Solond, etc. Solond referred to Dr. Ormond Solond, the first chairman of the Canadian Defence Research Board. Etc. referred to Cyril Hastings, a senior researcher at the CIA, as well as a group of Canadian scientists and psychologists. The purpose of the meeting was to discuss, what else? The possible threat of communist mind control. During the meeting, Tizard made it clear that, quote, there has been nothing new in the interrogation business since the days of the Inquisition. Shout out Pope Innocent. He went on to say that there was no evidence of the Soviets making any changes to the state of torture. Rather, their techniques were, quote, remarkably similar to the age-old methods. But the meeting didn't end there. With that worry out of the way, they began toying with the possibility of the US, England, and Canada going on the offensive. The communists might not have been able to revolutionize the interrogation business, but maybe they could. The first major development in this process would ultimately come from another attendee of this meeting, a Canadian psychologist named Donald O. Hebb. Both the chair of the Human Relations and Research Committee of the Canadian Defence Research Board, as well as the head of the psychology department of McGill University, shortly after the meeting, Hebb took a defense grant for $10,000 and began conducting a series of experiments over the next 3 years that would completely change the practice of torture. In classic psychology fashion, Hebb's experiments were conducted on first-year students, all of which involved disrupting their senses. This started with what Hebb called experimental deafness, in which 5 test subjects had their ears plugged with cotton and petroleum jelly during a 3-day weekend. But things escalated quickly. Eventually, Hebb's students were being made to spend days in his black room, a small soundproof room with a white noise machine to block out all sound, opaque goggles over their eyes to block their vision, and foam tubes placed over their hands and around their heads to minimize tactile stimulus. The results were devastating. Test subjects showed dramatically reduced cognitive abilities after only a few hours. While most of them quit on the first day, those that stuck around past day 2 began hallucinating. They conducted another experiment to see how this treatment would affect the subject's susceptibility to propaganda by selecting subjects who were atheists and then, rather than white noise, played a loop recording of a man saying that science can't be trusted or that ghosts are real. Sure enough, the subjects reported a newfound interest in religion and the supernatural, which lasted for weeks after the experiment ended. Checkmate, atheists. Hebb's work, which on all official documents he claimed was meant to prevent railroad and highway accidents, had shown that the human brain needs sensory stimulus to function properly, and that the simple act of depriving someone of that constituted one of the most powerful forms of torture imaginable. In 1954, he presented his work at a conference for the American Psychological Association, which, interestingly, was held at the exact same hotel that Frank Olson had fell or jumped out of 1 year earlier. And just like the last time that hotel came up, there were a number of CIA agents in the building, this time on the lookout for promising research that could help MKUltra. By this point, the agency was well aware of what Heb had been cooking up. Not only had they played a role in funding it, but they'd even sent an undercover agent to secretly act as one of his research assistants. That said, at the convention, Heb did not disappoint. His work earned him a lot of love from the CIA and even resulted in a Nobel Prize nomination. But in classic Canadian fashion, the same couldn't be said in Ottawa. The same year as the conference, the Canadian government decided that Heb's research was a waste of money and cut the funding, cancelling his work. What's more, he claimed that all of his raw research data were suddenly snatched up by some organization in the States. Bummer. Interestingly, the mysterious disappearance of those documents didn't seem to be too big of an issue for the CIA, who immediately began working to continue Heb's work. They saw particularly promising results from an experiment in which a soldier suffered a complete breakdown after being kept in isolation for 40 hours. This caught the attention of the former head of Artichoke, Moores Allen, as well as the guy who'd gone undercover as one of Heb's research assistants, a brain surgeon from the National Institute of Mental Health named Maitland Baldwin. Allen and Baldwin got really excited and began advocating for the experiment to be repeated under terminal conditions, i.e. in a life or death circumstance. Now, this problem of a lack of terminal test cases actually came up 4 years earlier in Dulles' speech. Towards the end, after so much time spent describing the brainwashing methods that the communists were using, Dulles included a line that assured the audience that the US wasn't doing anything like this. Except he decided to do this in a pretty strange way by lamenting the fact that, unfortunately, America is just too dang moral. We in the West are somewhat handicapped in getting all the details. There are few survivors, and we have no human guinea pigs ourselves on which to try out these extraordinary techniques. Pretty strange to describe torture and brainwashing as extraordinary techniques while framing a lack of human guinea pigs as a bad thing, but hey. Luckily for him, though, this was about to change. Not only was the CIA more than happy to abandon any semblance of ethics or sanity, but as we covered, Gottlieb was getting real busy developing a network of doctors to solve this guinea pig problem. That said, while he was giving pints of LSD to anyone who so much as owned a lab coat, Gottlieb had a way harder time finding someone who was willing to test sensory deprivation. One person who they contacted was a very interesting scientist named John Lilly. This was a pretty natural fit, given that he had already invented an isolation tank of his own, believing that it could be used to provide tremendous mental health benefits related to, like, meditation. Lilly agreed to work with the CIA, but refused to conduct tests on anyone other than himself. I'm not convinced that this was purely altruistic, since Lilly seemed to really enjoy tripping. That said, when it became clear to him that the CIA had no interest in the positive uses of his work, Lilly cut ties with them, which does definitely earn him some points in my book. Later, Lilly would go on to conduct some pretty strange LSD experiments of his own, such as when he and Carl Sagan dropped acid with a dolphin. There was also the time he made a dolphin and a human woman in juggalette makeup live together as a couple. Well, I realize this has all gotten pretty dark. In this case, there actually wasn't a sinister motive behind any of this. Lilly simply believed that these experiments were crucial in order to unlock the secret of communicating with aliens. Also, one of my favorite John Lilly stories is the time that he was having a quiet night in watching TV while on mescaline when he was abducted by aliens who, quote, bloodlessly removed his penis and then replaced it with a robotic one that he could make hard or soft at will. Once they brought him home, he tested it out by having sex with his wife, but then, this is where it gets really crazy. The next day, his penis was inexplicably back to normal. I like to think I'm pretty skeptical with these kinds of things, but even I have to admit that I can't really explain that one. Anyways, in 1956, the CIA finally found someone to test sensory deprivation when they stumbled upon a paper by none other than Hebb's professional rival, Ewan Cameron. Cameron's paper was called Psychic Driving and described a therapy method he'd developed that took Hebb's work considerably further. Cameron used sensory deprivation along with hypnosis and drugs like LSD, mescaline, sodium amytal, a stimulant called dexoxin, and medically induced comas to place his patients into a suggestible state before playing looped recordings of them saying phrases like, "My mother hates me," or that their father wanted to molest them. The paper proudly proclaims that the end result is, quote, analogous to the breakdown of the individual under continuous interrogation. A professor at McGill and the president of both the American and Canadian Psychological Associations, who Hebb had once described as, quote, criminally stupid, Cameron soon found himself in a meeting with our old friend Maitland Baldwin, who approached him with a proposal. Cameron was to get McGill's Allen Memorial Mental Hospital to join the Society for the Investigation of Human Ecology. Once that was done, his research became MKULTRA Subproject 68 and received a generous annual payment of $20,000 through the society. Once the money started flowing, he made some big changes to Allen Memorial. The old stables out back, as well as the hospital's basement, were both converted to house isolation rooms. This went on from 1957 to 63, during which time he experimented on around 100 patients, generally under the guise of trying to find a cure for schizophrenia. Cameron's work was based off of his theory that the correct way to treat mental illness was by first breaking the patient down into a completely blank slate and then building up a new, healthy version of them on top of that wreckage. He called this process de-patterning, and while he used Hebb's work as a starting point, Cameron got a lot more twisted with it. In addition to the drugs, hypnosis, comas, and repetitive phrases, Cameron was also really into electroshock. This was a new and controversial treatment at the time. While it seemed to be extremely effective, it also came with some serious side effects, namely amnesia and regression. For Cameron, though, these side effects were the whole point. His goal was to completely overwhelm the minds of his patients, and so, while the manufacturers of the Page Russell electroshock machines he used recommended a maximum of 24 total shocks per patient, Cameron instead took a more liberal approach and would generally administer around 360. In a paper from 1960, Cameron wrote that there are two ways that people hold on to their sense of identity: memory and sensory input. His experiments in de-patterning, therefore, sought to destroy both. Here's what that looked like for a typical patient. Their stay began with a nice, relaxing, medically induced coma, which could last up to 86 days. This was done in Cameron's sleep room, where patients were kept unconscious for around 22 hours a day, only woken up to eat and use the bathroom, during which times they weren't allowed to speak. Some of these people were also given a drug called Curare, which causes paralysis, essentially making them prisoners inside of their own bodies. Once that was over, it was on to the electroshock treatment, administered 3 times a day for 30 days. Finally, it was time for sensory deprivation, which generally went on for weeks, and in the case of one patient, 35 days. This was very often accompanied by mind-altering drugs and a special helmet that played recorded messages on an infinitely repeating loop. But believe it or not, this last step came with some problems. Cameron found that some of his patients were able to keep track of time based off of when they were fed. He was able to solve this, though, by instructing the kitchen to randomly change the intervals between meals as well as what was being served. Unfortunately, he found that despite his best efforts, one patient was still able to keep track of time by listening for the faint rumble of a plane that flew by the hospital every morning at 9. But believe it or not, there was a bigger problem with all of this. Cameron's theory of de-patterning involved destroying a person's mind and then rebuilding it. While his techniques proved to be incredibly effective for the first part of that equation, he wasn't having any luck with the second. Rather than being healed, Cameron's victims, many of whom came to see him for relatively minor issues, ended up with their minds being irreparably shattered. In a paper by the Alliance for Human Research Protection, they note the case of Gail Kastner, for whom, quote, the shock treatment turned the then 19-year-old honors student into a woman who sucked her thumb, talked like a baby, demanded to be fed from a bottle, and urinated on the floor. All of this was uncovered in an expose in 1980, which revealed what Cameron was getting up to and who'd been bankrolling him. 9 former test subjects filed a civil suit against the CIA, which they settled out of court for $750,000, a little over $80K apiece. Not a great payout for having your brain fucked beyond repair, but hey, it could be worse. Those 9 victims also sued the Canadian government, who only paid out a total of $180K. The American Psychological Association made a statement condemning Cameron's work, but their Canadian counterpart decided to go a different direction and defended their former president's research. Now, one question that's worth asking in all of this is if Cameron knew what he was doing. He and the CIA both claim that he was kept in the dark about who he was working for, and while I'll admit that that is possible, I find it pretty unlikely. Cameron was a devout Cold Warrior who wouldn't have taken much convincing to bend medical ethics in service of fighting the Red Menace. He also seemed extremely aware of the connection between his work and torture. As we know in his de-patterning paper, he compared the effects of his experiments to those of continuous interrogation. A year earlier, he got even more blatant in an interview with a magazine where he said that his patients, quote, like prisoners of the communists, tended to resist treatment and had to be broken down. Eventually, he completely dropped all pretenses. In 1960, he gave a talk at the Brooks Air Force Base in Texas, where he said that his treatment, quote, produces the primary symptoms of schizophrenia, which is a pretty interesting thing to say, given that the stated point of his work was to find a cure for schizophrenia. Same goes for Hebb, who in '58 appeared as a speaker at a symposium held by the CIA for everyone who was anyone in the field of mind control and torture. In his speech, Hebb admitted that his incredibly flimsy highway safety cover story had been total bullshit, and that the real purpose was, of course, to study brainwashing, specifically to see if sensory deprivation could make people more susceptible to propaganda, to which the answer was, of course, a resounding yes. Now, while all this was happening, in the background there were 2 other American innovations in the field of torture. For the first one, you remember Harold Wolff? When the crank neurologist turned founding president of the Society for the Investigation of Human Ecology proposed to Gottlieb that he conduct research into coercion, that eventually led him and his associate Lawrence Hinkle to conduct a study on the torture techniques used by communist states, which yielded some pretty interesting discoveries. Turns out that rather than drugs or hypnosis, the communists tended to prefer the good old-fashioned ways, mainly relying on isolation, anxiety, lack of food and sleep, all the classics. Far from developing cutting-edge brainwashing techniques, in the case of the Soviets, they literally just inherited these tricks from the Tsarists. However, Hinkle and Wolff discovered that the KGB had made one significant breakthrough that, despite not being anywhere near as high-tech or esoteric as what the CIA was cooking up, still had pretty massive implications. The novel torture method used by the Soviets was to force prisoners to stand for periods of 18 to 24 hours. That's it. This might not sound like too big of a deal, but in practice, the effects are absolutely brutal. If this is kept up for long enough, the prisoner's ankles double in size, with the skin in the area becoming particularly sensitive. On the bottoms of the feet, blisters form and then erupt. If you keep going, then before too long, heart rates soar and kidneys shut down. All the while, the prisoner's mind sinks deeper and deeper into delusion. As bad as this is, though, the physical effects weren't the point. After all, brutal torture methods were nothing new, and frankly, in the pantheon of sadistic punishments, this was fairly tame. What made the difference, though, was that rather than some external agent, in this case, the pain came from the victim's own body, and that had some very interesting psychological effects. See, if you beat the shit out of someone, they'll blame you for their pain and hate you for it. But if the pain instead feels self-inflicted, it causes feelings of guilt, making them far more likely to crack. In short, Wolf and Hinkle had discovered the power of stress positions. Finally, in 1961, Stanley Milgram conducted his famous study on obedience, in which participants were told to press a button to administer an electric shock to someone on the other side of a wall. The person being shocked was an actor, and the real test was to see if an average person would obey instructions to torture a man who was pleading for them to stop. The answer was yes. 65% of participants obeyed the instructions, even to the point where they believed that they had killed the actor. In essence, what Milgram had proven was that anyone could be made into a torturer. Now, I'll admit that this is about to get a little bit conspiratorial, and there's no hard proof that Milgram's experiment was part of MKULTRA. But with that said, when you look into it a little, the facts do seem to paint a bit of an odd picture. First of all, as we know, the CIA was funding all sorts of studies, particularly when this one happened. The subject of torture also means that it was definitely right up their alley. That doesn't prove anything, though, and I wouldn't bring this up if I didn't have something more solid, so let's keep digging. Towards the end of 1960, Milgram had applied and been rejected for a grant from the American Council of Learned Societies asking for $2,000 to study how mescaline affects the way that people appreciate art. Seems a little strange how different that is from the one that he'd conduct only a couple months later, eh? But hey, who knows, right? In Milgram's biography, Thomas Blass claims that he had already planned to study obedience, and the mescaline study was just a side interest. In my opinion, that seems a little odd, but who knows, right? Following this rejection, Milgram got in touch with a man named Luigi Petrullo, the head of the group psychology branch of the Office of Naval Research, the organization that, if you recall, was being used by the CIA to fund a large number of their MKUltra projects. The story goes that Milgram pitched Petrullo on his idea for a study to see if ordinary people could be made to torture someone with electroshock. They had some back and forths, and then in January 1961, Milgram applied for a grant from the National Science Foundation. NSF sent 3 people to New Haven to review Milgram's work in person, and then had their lawyers make sure that Yale would assume any legal liability for the experiment before cutting a check for $24,700. Again, there's no hard proof here, but giving him that much money while also being so worried about the legality of the study feels strange. Maybe Milgram just made a strong impression on Petrullo and the folks over at NSF, but it also doesn't seem crazy to me to think that maybe the CIA or the ONR pulled some strings here. It's also worth noting that NSF refused to fund any of Milgram's later projects. To be fair, though, they were far from alone there. The experiment was a massive ethical controversy for which Milgram suffered major professional fallout. Not only did he have trouble securing funds for future experiments, but he also wound up being refused tenure and no college wanted to touch him. But don't worry. Things eventually turned around when he was hired, with a promotion no less, at the City University of New York. Now, again, this could be explained by the fact that City University was very new at the time, and Milgram had friends in the faculty. That said, It's also worth noting that their new dean, Mina Reese, was previously the Deputy Science Director for, you guessed it, the Office of Naval Research. Honestly, I really don't know where I stand on this one. The evidence is all purely circumstantial, and there's no smoking gun. Another possible explanation here is that reading about MKUltra for months has completely cooked my brain. As you'll see, this is far from the craziest conspiracy theory that I'll be talking about in this video, but yeah, seems a bit sus. Speaking of suspicious coincidences though, as you'll remember, MKUltra officially ended in 1963, which happened to be the same year that the CIA released the KUBARK Counterintelligence Interrogation Handbook. Declassified in 1997, KUBARK is essentially an instructions manual for torture. There are a lot of fun tidbits in it, like the section devoted to getting around laws that might prevent people from being imprisoned for indefinite amounts of time. But what's really interesting about KUBARK is how closely and explicitly it maps onto the techniques developed during MKUltra. As they explain, it is a fundamental hypothesis of this handbook that these techniques, which can succeed even with highly resistant sources, are, in essence, methods of inducing regression of the personality to whatever earlier and weaker level is required for the dissolution of resistance and the inculcation of dependence. All of the techniques employed to break through an interrogation roadblock, the entire spectrum from simple isolation to hypnosis and narcosis, are essentially ways of speeding up the process of regression. The manual goes on to provide detailed descriptions of various techniques for achieving this regression, ranging from asking absurd questions in order to, quote, obliterate the familiar and replace it with the weird, limiting the amount of stimulus in the subject's cell, randomly fluctuating the intervals between meals to mess with their sense of time, and suggests that when it comes to pain, quote, it has been plausibly suggested that whereas pain inflicted on a person from outside himself may actually focus or intensify his will to resist, his resistance is likelier to be sapped by pain which he seems to inflict upon himself. The manual even made our job easy and avoided being the subject of an H-Bomber Guy hit piece by citing its sources. The techniques just mentioned are attributed to Wolf and Hinkle's study on communist interrogation techniques, as well as, quote, a number of experiments conducted at McGill University. And let me be clear that this wasn't just some random memo. The KUBARK manual was, for a time, the CIA's premier training manual. In 1970, the agency held a massive training exercise at Camp Perry to teach these techniques. Competition to attend was so intense that agents were fighting just to get selected to be a volunteer victim in order to get a spot the following year. However, the experience of being on the receiving end of these techniques turned out to be so intense that about 10% of the victims dropped out before the end of the course, and even more refused to come back the following year for their turn as interrogators. Clearly, the CIA had discovered lightning in a bottle, and so now all that was left to do was ship it out. The agency began sending copies of the KUBARK manual to allied countries in need of more effective secret police. The first known example of these techniques being used was in Northern Ireland, 1971. This was a year when the Troubles, which for the past 3 years had been a slowly simmering civil unrest, finally began to boil over into what would soon become the IRA waging full-on guerrilla warfare against the Brits. Early that year, the Provisional IRA amped up their bombing campaign, targeting the centers of cities like Belfast and Derry, and soon they'd killed their first British soldier. Faced with tremendous pressure to put an end to this, on August 9th of that year, the newly elected Prime Minister Brian Faulkner carried out Operation Demetrius. At 4 a.m. that morning, thousands of British troops stormed into nationalist neighborhoods and arrested 342 men, most of whom had no active connection to the IRA. Of the prisoners, 14 were singled out for so-called deep interrogation, which involved covering their faces in hoods, playing loud white noise, forcing them to stand against a wall on their tiptoes, and depriving them of food, water, and sleep. But while the US and UK have a long tradition of sharing intelligence, for other countries in need of their counterinsurgency expertise, the CIA had to be a bit sneakier. The way they did this was through the Office of Public Safety, or OPS, a very funny acronym for a division of USAID under their Civil Police Program. While its stated goal was to provide humanitarian aid and nation-building support by training the police in developing countries to act more like those in America, which, not really the part of America I'd want to emulate, but hey. By the way, while I absolutely don't think it's good that Elon Musk took a chainsaw to USAID, make no mistake, the reason America was funding all of those humanitarian projects wasn't because they're so generous, but so they could exert soft power and do shit like this. Anyways, starting in '62, the CIA used ops as a cover for their counterinsurgency work all over Asia and South America. In '74, a series of high-profile scandals brought the program into the public's attention, leading to it being shut down. An audit was conducted by the General Accounting Office to investigate the accusations of torture, but wouldn't you guess, they didn't find anything. Strangely though, Amnesty International conducted an independent audit and they found quite a lot. Specifically, there was evidence of police torturing people in 24 out of the 49 countries where ops had operated. Of those countries, though, there's definitely one that stands out for being the place where the CIA really cut loose: Vietnam. In '62, ops set up shop in Saigon, where a CIA station chief named Pierre de Silva began working to train the South Vietnamese police and army into a secret counterinsurgency intelligence agency. De Silva was a devout cold warrior who despised commie bullshit like soft power, winning hearts and minds, and avoiding committing war crimes. Instead, he believed that the Viet Cong had won the support of rural villages through violence and fear, and therefore the only way to break their control was to be even more violent. As such, he focused on shaping the South Vietnamese police and soldiers into death squads ready to take back the countryside through a very bloody terror campaign. However, he didn't have much luck. Turns out that both groups weren't too enthusiastic about kidnapping and killing their own countrymen, many of whom lived in the same villages as them. Plus, they were both ridiculously corrupt, which didn't help things much either. The CIA realized that if they wanted some communist guerrillas crushed, they'd have to do it themselves. Enter the Phoenix program. This was a massive counterinsurgency operation that the CIA described as, quote, a set of programs that sought to attack and destroy the political infrastructure of the Viet Cong. These programs included conducting censuses in South Vietnamese villages and building informant networks. Oh, and also a lot of assassinations, psyops, kidnappings, and what should by now be a very familiar method of torture. While this was all presented as a sophisticated intelligence operation, in reality, it was a brutal terror campaign based off of De Silva's deranged theories of counterterrorism. This wasn't helped by the fact that the Vietnamese people who made up these death squads were pretty much all just the types of scumbags and losers who wanted any excuse to murder, rape, and extort anyone they could find a reason to label a communist. You know, the same demographic that ICE recruits from. The Phoenix program ran from '68 to '72, in which time, by the CIA's own admission, it killed over 24,000 people. But I would argue that ops in the Phoenix program's ties to MKUltra don't end at the KUBARK manual. In 1966, the CIA sent 3 psychologists and a Page Russell electroshock machine to Bien Hao Mental Hospital, where they conducted experiments on captured Viet Cong prisoners. It gets much weirder. In '68, they sent a neurosurgeon who implanted remote-controlled electrodes into the brains of 3 captured Viet Cong. By activating the electrodes, the CIA agents were reportedly able to make the prisoners shit and puke with the press of a button. The 3 prisoners were then locked in a room together and each given a knife. For the next week, their captors tried to see if they could use the electrodes to make them get angry and kill each other. When that failed, the surgeon and agents all flew home while the prisoners were executed by Green Berets. In this sense, I think that the Phoenix program can be understood as a continuation of MKUltra, in which the endless supply of Vietnamese prisoners being indiscriminately kidnapped finally solved Dulles' complaint about not having enough human guinea pigs. Since then, these techniques have spread all over the world, from Shah Mohammad Reza Pahlavi's secret police during the Iranian Revolution, to the Philippines under Marcos, to Honduras in the 80s. Of course, America wasn't about to let those other countries have all the fun. Following the shock of 9/11, the country entered a state of confused regression, just like one of Cameron's patients. W seized on this moment of crisis to launch the war on terror, and appropriately, one of the first orders of business was to legalize torture. First, Rumsfeld declared that prisoners who were suspected terrorists would be designated as enemy combatants rather than POWs or, regular prisoners. This meant that they were no longer protected by the Geneva Convention. Next, he approved a bunch of torture methods that were taken directly from the pages of KUBARK. This was accomplished by making some changes to the definition of torture to only include things that cause an amount of pain comparable to a physical injury like catastrophic organ failure. If it doesn't feel like your appendix ruptured, then it's fair game. With that done, the door was now open for the actions carried out at Abu Ghraib and Guantanamo Bay, where the techniques dreamed up in the basement of Allen Memorial were perfected and used to their full potential. According to reports of Guantanamo, when prisoners were first brought in, they're subjected to sensory deprivation for months. The only relief being brief moments where they're brought into a room with barking dogs, flashing strobe lights, and recordings of babies crying. As a result, it's extremely common for prisoners to completely lose their minds. So much so that they've had whole wings built that essentially just act as insane asylums, where witnesses have described the inmates as acting like children. While the staff of these facilities may not have been cribbing directly off of the pages of the KUBARK manual, the link is extremely clear. And so, yeah, that's the torture theory. Pretty grim, but it does definitely have a lot going for it. This is kind of the Goldilocks theory. Not so normie that it accepts the CIA's official narrative, but not so noited that there's no actual evidence. In fact, I'd go so far as to say that while it's not perfect, this theory probably has the strongest evidence, since unlike the other two, the torture theory is based almost entirely off of hard documents and journalism, rather than needing to believe anyone's testimony. I'd also say that while maybe I'm fussing over semantics a bit here, I think that the existence of the KUBARK manual does pretty definitively mean that the dumbass theory can't be strictly true, since as we now know, the CIA absolutely got something pretty major out of MKUltra. With that said, it's possible that this wasn't that important to their aim, or wound up being kind of a side benefit, which is pretty in line with how things work at the agency. While the CIA is far from a budget-conscious organization, and they've done tons of ridiculously stupid things, one thing that they are actually really good at is making sure that anything that they invest time and money into can serve multiple different purposes. For example, Gottlieb himself has claimed that part of the purpose of getting Eli Lilly to manufacture LSD was to develop connections with chemical manufacturers for future projects. He similarly said that part of the point of MKUltra itself was to fund exploratory research that could be followed up on if it led to anything useful. Overall, though, just like with the dumbass theory, the torture theory's main weakness isn't really in what it claims, but what it denies. Remember that part of the theory is that the CIA never really cared about any of the drugs, hypnosis, or mind control stuff, and frankly, I just don't believe that that's true. First of all, when it comes to LSD, Gottlieb was clearly obsessed with this stuff in a way that I don't think you can easily write off. Remember that by the time he first tried it, LSD had already been ruled out as a truth serum, but he continued experimenting with it because something about it fascinated him. This clearly seems like more than just a passing interest. And then, what about the weirder mind control stuff? I mean, I'll lay my cards on the table a little bit here and say that even though I think I came into this extremely skeptical, I mean, what the fuck was up with the weird brain surgery in Vietnam? More people should be talking about that! Look, I realize that I'm starting to sound kind of insane here. I've been working on this video for months, and whenever I tell my friends about it, I get some really weird looks. With that said, you've come this far. We've covered the theory that nothing happened and the theory that something happened, so let's go all the way. What about the theory that everything happened? What if they succeed? We're about to get into the weirder stuff. Let's come back to the sci-fi tropes we talked about at the beginning. Specifically, the one of a brainwashed sleeper agent who's programmed to follow a set of specific commands when they hear their trigger word.
I have promises to keep and miles to go before I sleep.
Echo Choir has been breached.
Доброе утро, солдат. Я готов отвечать.
Prime Minister!
The origin of this trope was the Manchurian Candidate, a political thriller by Richard Condon in which an American soldier named Richard Shaw is captured during the Korean War and then brainwashed by his communist captors, turning him into a sleeper agent who, once back in America, is programmed to kill an anti-communist politician when he sees the Queen of Diamonds playing card. And while I realize that this is going to sound like a way crazier version of someone claiming that Battlestar Galactica was a documentary, Condon's book may well have been based off of a real event. On June 18th, 1953, a meeting was held in the Special Operations Conference Room of the CIA's headquarters. According to the minutes, at some point discussion turned to something pretty strange that they'd noticed with some American POWs who'd been released from Korea. Following this, commented on the very interesting angle that interrogations of the individuals who had come out of North Korea across the Soviet Union to freedom recently had apparently had a blank period or period of disorientation while passing through a special zone in Manchuria. Pointed out that this had occurred in all individuals in the party after they had had their first full meal and their first coffee on the way to freedom. Was attempting to secure further confirmatory facts in this matter since drugging was indicated. The reason why this random author seemed to have access to highly classified information was explained in John Marks's book, in which he says that, quote, Condon consulted with a wide variety of experts while researching the book, and some inside sources may well have filled him in. But as is so often the case in art and espionage, this inspiration wound up being a two-way street. As we saw from the testimonies of John Gittinger and David Rhodes, the Manchurian Candidate was a massive inspiration for MKUltra. It's an extremely well-documented fact that the CIA saw this vision of fully mind-controlled secret agents as their holy grail. Imagine being able to make people act as couriers, conduct surveillance, or even perform assassinations, all without even knowing that they're doing it. The advantages are pretty obvious. And so, as wild as this all sounds, since this is exactly what it would mean for MKUltra to be a success, it might be worth taking this seriously. But before we jump headfirst into the Manchurian candidate theory, let's take a breather and go over some guidelines first. So far, I've been trying to lay out the strongest case I can for each theory, and mostly waiting till the end to give my opinions on the strengths and weaknesses so that you can make up your own minds. I can't quite do that here, though. The reason why is because while the weaknesses of the previous two theories are that they leave out too much, this one has the opposite problem. What I mean is that the Manchurian candidate theory is kind of an info hazard. Like, just think about the downstream implications of the CIA or whoever else actually being able to control the minds of anyone on Earth. Once you're deep enough down that rabbit hole, it becomes pretty easy to use this theory to explain away the weaknesses in literally any conspiracy theory. You don't even need any evidence, since if this is all true, then wouldn't it be easy for them to cover their tracks? Think about it. The moon landing, 9/11, your ex cheating on you. It's not hard to argue that these were all orchestrated by the government if you think that anyone can have their mind controlled like a puppet. Oh, you're breaking up with me because I don't communicate my feelings? Nice try. I'm sure your puppet masters over in the deep state would just love to know all about why I felt insecure at Chase's birthday party. The point being that while I am still going to try to present the strongest case I can for this stuff, as we go deeper, we're gonna come across a lot of obviously insane bullshit that I'm not just gonna sit here and uncritically present alongside well-documented facts as if they're equally credible. Sorry in advance to any fans of obviously insane bullshit, or as they prefer to be called, the parapolitics community. With that said, I told you at the beginning of the video that I think that all of these theories have some truth to them, and I meant that. While researching this section, I read tons of deranged bullshit, but also plenty of things that I can't really explain and actually wound up changing my mind about. So the way I decided to organize this section is by going through things in order of how strong the evidence is, starting with what we know for sure is real and ending with the really crazy stuff. There's even a little conspiracy that I think I may have personally uncovered. So without further ado, let's dive into the hard evidence. To start, let's talk a little bit about hypnosis. Now, I'm absolutely not an expert, but from what limited research I've done, it more or less seems like, while it's pretty hotly debated to what extent it's some genuinely different state of consciousness versus a sort of powerful placebo, hypnosis is definitely a thing, although not one that's respected in most medical practices. Regardless, the CIA was definitely very interested in it, and in the 50s, their resident expert was a guy named Moores Allen. The former head of Bluebird, now working as part of Artichoke, Allen took an immediate interest and was so eager to learn that he tracked down a famous stage hypnotist in New York who told Allen a bunch of stories about how he'd used hypnosis to have sex with women at his shows. As Allen reported, hypnotist stated he had constantly used hypnosis as a means of inducing young women to engage in sexual intercourse with him. A performer in orchestra was forced to engage in sexual intercourse with hypnotist while under the influence of hypnosis. Hypnotist stated that he first put her into a hypnotic trance and then suggested to her that he was her husband and that she desired sexual intercourse with him. Many times while going home, hypnotist would use hypnotic suggestion to have a girl turn around and talk to him. And as a result of these suggestions induced by him, he spent approximately 5 nights a week away from home engaging in sexual intercourse. Now, personally, that sounds to me like something only an incredibly gullible and horny rapist would believe. Allen, on the other hand, thought that this guy was really cool and legit. He immediately signed up for a 4-day course and then started using his newfound skills to, what else, hypnotize the secretaries at the CIA. Now, This sounds incredibly stupid and also more than a little rapey, right? And it was. Alan basically just did parlor tricks, making the secretaries forget their names, reveal secrets that Alan had just told them, or having them flirt with people around the office. Like, this guy's doing what basically amounts to magic tricks and sexually harassing employees, and the whole time he's just like, I've unlocked the secrets of the mind. The thing is though, that I've seen a few accounts of this that act like that's all Alan did, but no. As the years went on and he got better at hypnosis, he definitely did more than you might think. In one artichoke document from 1951, we see a description of Alan hypnotizing a woman, giving her what she thinks is a bomb, and then getting her to plant it in the office. To be fair, while that's definitely kinda wild, it's also probably reasonable to think that the secretary knew it wasn't a real bomb and was just playing along to some extent. Let's keep going. An artichoke document dated January 7th, 1953, with the section heading Outline of Special H Cases, describes them hypnotizing two 19-year-old girls. They were able to put them into trance using a special word which could be said by anyone, either in person or over the phone. According to the memo, once the girls were hypnotized, they could be made to deliver information without realizing, and could be given a new name and identity which they would swear by even during a polygraph test. That's definitely pretty nuts, but hard to believe that this could go much further, right? Moores Allen thought the same thing, and so on February 10th, 1954, he carried out the following experiment. Miss was then instructed, having previously expressed a fear of firearms in any fashion, that she would use every method at her disposal to awaken Miss now in a deep hypnotic sleep, and failing in this, she would pick up a pistol nearby and fire it at Miss. She was instructed that her rage would be so great that she would not hesitate to kill for failing to awaken. Miss carried out these suggestions to the letter, including firing the unloaded pneumatic pistol gun at and then proceeding to fall into a deep sleep. After proper suggestions were made, both were awakened and expressed complete amnesia of the entire sequence. Miss was again handed the gun, which she refused in an awakened state to pick up or accept from the operator. She expressed absolute denial that the foregoing sequence had happened. And I'm not so sure about this proving that hypnotized assassins are a thing, but that is kinda crazy, right? Personally, while I'm still far from convinced that this could be particularly useful for a spy mission, remember that memo we saw where they said that they were never able to recreate any of these experiments outside of a lab setting. That said, I'll admit that this is a lot further than I would have thought that they'd get. Lastly, and this isn't really as crazy as the other stuff I mentioned, but is still pretty interesting and worth keeping in mind for reasons that we'll get to later. So, as you may remember, a big objective of Bluebird, Artichoke, MKUltra, and MK Search was to try to find a way of causing people to forget that they'd been interrogated. Alan did a number of experiments to achieve this effect, and found that when it comes to hypnosis, it's much easier to implant false memories than to permanently erase or recover real ones. The CIA were able to use this to their advantage, though, by first giving the subject a wide variety of drugs and then hypnotizing them. But rather than trying to get them to forget the interrogation, they instead implanted 4 or 5 false memories of what happened so that the subject wouldn't know which one was real. Anyways, most of the really weird hypnosis stuff was in Artichoke documents, with far fewer mentioned in the MKUltra ones. There's a couple possible reasons for this. One theory that I've seen a few times is that MKUltra was just a distraction and the real shit was all in Artichoke. There's really not that much evidence to support this. Any articles I found about it tend to claim that this was all admitted in declassified CIA documents, but then don't actually provide any of those documents, something that as you'll see, is kind of common among people making really wild claims. It's also very well documented that while Artichoke was trying to develop a specific methodology for interrogations, often referred to in official documents as the Artichoke method, which I will admit does sound very scary and mysterious, MKUltra seems to have carried on all of Artichoke's objectives and many more. To me, this just kind of sounds like an indie snob claiming that, oh yeah, I'm more into their first album from before they changed their name. You probably never heard of it. Two theories that I think make more sense are that most of the people conducting MKUltra experiments were actual psychologists who probably weren't as interested in making their secretaries cluck like chickens as the guy who learned hypnosis in a 4-day course taught by a sexual predator. But also that later on you see more of an emphasis on drugs as well as some attempts to make a hypnosis machine. I would imagine that this was because they were looking for something more reliable and practical. Like, sure, Moores was getting pretty good at hypnotizing the girls at the office, but it doesn't really make sense to expect every anti-communist death squad to include a resident hypnotist. But now, let's move on to the actual craziest shit that I found here, the brain implants. Like with the Moores-Allen hypnosis stuff, I've generally only seen that story of the experiment on Korean POWs getting brought up as a way of showing how these guys were crazy or had no idea what they were doing. And that was exactly my assumption too. But turns out that actually there's so much more to this, to the point where this is the thing that I've most changed my mind on. First of all, we can look at MKUltra sub-project number 94, which was a set of experiments that took place from around 1959 to 1961, where remote-controlled electrodes were implanted into various animals like mice, birds, and dogs in order to control them. The documents for this sub-project note that the goal of this research was to eventually use it on humans. They also mention initial biological work on techniques and brain locations. The work that they're referring to there was done by Dr. Jose Delgado, a neurosurgeon and Yale professor known for his experiments in electrically stimulating the brain using a device he invented called the Stimoceiver, a brain implant that could be remote controlled to send electrical signals to specific parts of the brain. Delgado's most famous for an experiment that could probably be better described as a stunt, where in 1963 he implanted one of his chips into a bull's brain and then stood in a ring with a matador and, using a remote control, was able to cause the bull to stop charging and become passive with the press of a button. His main research, though, was on monkeys. In the late 60s, Delgado started some new experiments at the 6,571st Aeromedical Research Laboratory stationed at Holloman Air Force Base near Alamogordo, New Mexico. The 6,571st is most known as the birthplace of
Space Champs.
Where's reverse on this thing?
Welcome to Instar. How can I help you?
So, that movie is actually based on a true story. As part of Project Mercury, in 1961, a 2-year-old chimpanzee named
Ham
became the first primate to survive a trip to space. Shortly after his return party, Delgado showed up and started to run his experiments on Ham's colony. Specifically, he installed a chip in the brain of an aggressive alpha male and then gave the button controlling it to a low-ranking female who eventually learned to use it to effectively turn off the alpha's aggressive behavior whenever he threatened her. I mean, say what you will about Delgado, feminist king. Where this gets really interesting for us, though, is in the acknowledgments of Delgado's papers, where we can find a who's who of CIA cutouts, from the Office of Naval Research to the Public Health Service, which served the same purpose as the ONR, but usually funded more medical stuff. But The other thing you notice when you dive into Delgado's work is that, just like his sponsors, he didn't only experiment on animals. In his book, Physical Control of the Mind, he described a particularly wild study in which 3 patients with severe epilepsy were interviewed by a psychologist while they had remote-controlled electrodes tickling their left temporal lobes. The first was a 36-year-old woman who reported a pleasant tingling when she got zapped. Then, Delgado writes, repetition of these stimulations made the patient more communicative and flirtatious, and she ended up openly expressing her desire to marry the therapist. Same goes for the second patient, a 30-year-old woman who considerably increased her verbal output, which took on a more intimate character. The patient openly expressed her fondness for the therapist, who was new to her, kissed his hands, and talked about her immense gratitude for what was being done for her. The third patient was an 11-year-old boy who had electrodes placed in both temporal lobes. When they were stimulated, he suddenly began to discuss his desire to get married, but when asked to whom, he did not immediately reply. Following stimulation of another point and a 1 minute 20-second silence, the patient said, I was saying this to you. How to spell yes? Y-E-S. I mean, Y-O-S. No, you ain't Y-E-O, it's this, Y-O-U. He then expressed doubt about his sexual identity, saying, I was thinking if I was a boy or a girl, which one I'd like to be. Following another excitation, he remarked with evident pleasure, You're doing it now. And then he said, I'd like to be a girl. So, yeah, that's pretty freaky, eh? Delgado faced a lot of criticism for his research, what with all the incredibly obvious potential for abuse. In one particularly haunting exchange, Delgado put an electrode in a man's left parietal cortex, which, when stimulated, caused his right hand to form a clenched fist. The patient was told to try to resist it, and when he couldn't, he said, I guess, doctor, that your electricity is stronger than my will. It does get worse, though. While the vast majority of Delgado's book is very dry and technical, the one part where it isn't is when he discusses his philosophy, which basically consists of a deeply held belief that mind control should be widely adopted in order to fix society's ills. Turns out this was a pretty common viewpoint in his line of work. At the same time, over at Harvard, some of Delgado's peers were working on the same thing. Throughout the mid-60s and early 70s, Vernon Mark, Frank Ervin, and William Sweet were working at the Massachusetts General Hospital's Neuropsychiatric Institute, where they were implanting electrodes and also performing amygdalotomies, a type of brain surgery where they destroy a small piece of the amygdala, which is thought to be associated with aggression. This was the general focus of these doctors' research, using experimental and invasive brain surgery to curb aggression, all of which is thoroughly documented in Mark and Ervin's book, Violence in the Brain. The trio took this theory to its logical conclusion in September 1967, when they wrote a letter to the Journal of the American Medical Association arguing that these surgeries would be an effective way to prevent civil rights riots, which they believed were caused by brain disease instead of racial inequity. Definitely seems pretty in line with the CIA to me. This is far from everyone involved in doing these kinds of surgeries for MKUltra and MK Search, but we've got a lot left to cover, so let's just wrap this section up by talking about Frank Ervin's mentor, Dr. Robert G. Heath. The chairman of the Department of Psychiatry and Neurology at Tulane University from 1949 to 1980, in his time there, Heath became a pioneer in the field of deep brain stimulus, as, beginning in 1949, he conducted experiments in which he'd stimulate different parts of the brain in order to try to map it. He was specifically interested in ways of stimulating the brain's pleasure center, as he believed that it could be useful for treating schizophrenia. He'd been on the CIA's payroll since 1954, when he started receiving money from the Gesheker Fund, yet another of the agency's many, many cutouts. And what kinds of work was he doing back then? Well, throughout the late 50s, he wrote a bunch of papers on the effects of LSD in which prisoners with schizophrenia were injected with it, and then had their brains studied. Oh, and then in 1960, he did a study on a drug called bulbacapnine, where he administered it to black inmates at the Louisiana State Penitentiary and then monitored their brains, claiming that the drug was able to turn off their motor functions and willpower. By the way, we can't actually prove anything here, but given all of this as well as the timeline, Heath is the prime suspect for who did those experiments on Vietnamese prisoners. Finally, let's end off by talking about what Heath is most known for, which I think might actually be worse than a lot of that other stuff. While Heath had dedicated his early career to trying to map the brain as well as looking for a cure for schizophrenia, by the late 60s and early 70s, he had pivoted to using his techniques for something else: gay conversion therapy. In 1972, Heath published a paper titled Septal Stimulation for the Initiation of Heterosexual Behavior in a Homosexual Man, in which he describes treating a 24-year-old gay man, referred to in the paper as B19. Heath implanted an electrode into a pleasure center called the septal region of B19's brain. The electrode could be activated by either Heath and his assistant or by B19 using a button that he was given, all while he was being made to watch straight porn. Apparently, B19 liked this button so much that in one of these sessions he pressed it over 1,000 times, eventually forcing them to turn it off despite him begging them not to. After a few of these sessions, B19 started to jerk off to what they were showing him and then expressed interest in having sex with a woman. Heath was very encouraged by this, and so he made arrangements for a sex worker to come to the lab and have sex with B19, which happened. Soon after, he was deemed to be cured. Heath's team conducted regular checkups on B19, and 11 months after the experiment, Heath happily reported that not only did he claim to still be attracted to women, he was actually having an affair with a married woman. So, that's good, I guess. By the way, one of the main sources I've been using so far for this section is this book, The CIA Doctors by Colin A. Ross, MD. The thing that's fun about Ross is that he is a crazy person. He's one of those guys who brings up the fact that he's written 34 books as if it's a credential and not a red flag. Most of those books are about the way crazier theories that I'll be talking about towards the end of this section. Also, have you ever heard of these skeptic organizations that offer to give a bunch of money to anyone who can demonstrate that they have supernatural abilities under scientific conditions? The first one was started by Houdini, I think, but there's a bunch. The most famous was the James Randi Educational Foundation's $1 million paranormal challenge. It ended in 2015, but in 2008, Ross applied to be on it, claiming that he can shoot energy beams out of his eyes. That said, the reason I've been using this book is because while Ross sometimes comes to what I consider to be questionable conclusions, this book is literally just a collection of FOIA documents that he presents with very little editorialization, making it a genuinely fantastic source. Moving on though, remember that this theory states that the CIA was using MKUltra to create brainwashed assassins, and the thing is that an awful lot of murderers actually do have strange connections to the program. This was actually the thing that got me interested in researching this subject in the first place, so let's get into it. At this point, we're kind of done with the hard evidence and are now treading into some murkier waters. That isn't to say that I'm pulling this out of my ass or anything, but since we aren't always going to have a clear smoking gun, for some of this, we'll have to start putting on our tinfoil hats a bit to connect the dots ourselves. This probably goes without saying, but what follows should definitely be taken with a healthy grain of salt. Before we get into the more speculative parts though, Let me first introduce you to one of the biggest psychos in Gottlieb's network, Louis Jolyon West. Known as Jolly to his friends, West's decades-long career placed him at the center of some of the strangest and bloodiest parts of the CIA's mind control experiments. His resume begins with Lackland Air Force Base in San Antonio, where he served as the Chief of Psychiatric Services. West first made a name for himself during the Korean War, helping to deprogram those brainwashed soldiers we talked about earlier. And credit where credit is due, he actually came to the surprisingly level-headed conclusion that their confessions weren't the result of communist hypnosis, but just lack of sleep and what he called DDD, debility, dependency, and dread. As I'm sure you can guess, though, the CIA was very interested in developing their own version of this, and pretty soon, West was brought into the fold. Things got dark very quickly. In the wee hours of July 4th, 1954, a 3-year-old girl named Cher Jo Horton went missing outside of a bar that her parents were drinking at. Once they realized that she was gone, the Hortons formed a search party, which soon found a shirtless man covered in blood and scratches not far from Cher's body, which had been stripped naked with her neck broken and legs spread open. The man appeared to be in a daze. He made no attempts to resist arrest and simply seemed confused, unsure of where he was and what was going on. His name was Jimmy Shaver, a 29-year-old airman at Lackland with a wife, kids, no priors, and no memory of what happened. The military police who arrested him had never seen anything like it. Even after 2 months in prison, Shaver had no memory of the crime, and so, to figure out if he was sane enough to stand trial, the military called their in-house psychologist, Jolly West. Under his direction, Shaver was subjected to a battery of tests and brought back to the scene of the crime in the hopes of jogging his memory. When all this failed, West turned to his specialty, a combination of hypnosis and a massive dose of his truth serum of choice, sodium amytal. Their session was recorded and begins with West putting Shaver into a trance and then asking him leading questions, such as, "Tell me about when you took your clothes off, Jimmy. Do you remember when something like this happened before? And after you took her clothes off, what did you do?" To which Shaver responded, "I never took her clothes off." For some reason, at this point, West seems to turn off the recorder. When it comes back on, West says, "Shaver is crying. He's been confronted with all of the facts repeatedly. Now you remember it all, don't you, Jimmy?" Shaver replies, "Yes, sir." From there, Shaver goes on to confess to the rape and murder of Horton, saying that she reminded him of his cousin named Beth Rainboat, who he claimed sexually abused him as a child. Apparently, on the night of the murder, Shaver had visions of God telling him to, quote, "seek out and kill the evil girl Beth." It's worth noting that this story of his cousin was never investigated, and Miss Rainboat was never sought out or brought in for questioning. West went on to testify at Shaver's trial, and while he was called as an expert witness for the defense, you could be forgiven for not realizing that, since he argued that Shaver's confession, while drugged and hypnotized, was the strongest possible evidence of his guilt. Not only that, West also pushed back on Shaver's insanity defense by insisting that despite having experienced a temporary bout of insanity, he was now perfectly capable of standing trial. Of course, West may have had good reason for wanting to sweep Shaver under the rug, since for the past year he'd been conducting secret experiments on soldiers stationed at Lackland. In his letters to Gottlieb, West described successes in inducing amnesia, trance-like states, and getting men to do things that violate their moral codes. He went on to say that his experiments must eventually be put to test in practical trials in the field. Soon after this, West left the military for an academic career at the University of Oklahoma, where he was made head of the departments of psychology, neurology, and behavioral sciences at the ripe old age of 29. It's worth noting that this was fairly typical of CIA doctors who tended to rise to positions of authority in academic and medical institutions suspiciously quickly. In the case of West, there was actually quite a bit of evidence that he probably shouldn't have been trusted with that much authority, since it was around this time that he did the thing he's probably most famous for, injecting an elephant with so much LSD that it died. This is especially insane because, like, in terms of just the physical effects it has on the body, LSD is an incredibly safe drug. The amount that you would need to cause a fucking elephant to OD is actually absurd. West took this in stride, though, apparently telling the story to friends and colleagues any chance he got. But one question in all this that tends to get overlooked is how he was able to pay for this. It doesn't come up much, but if you're enough of a freak, zoos work the same as antique stores. You break it, you buy it. When people at U of O started freaking out over how they were going to pay for this fucking elephant, West assured them that he'd take care of it. Turns out he did so using money he was receiving from a group called the Foundation's Fund for Research in Psychiatry, Inc. I know, right? Another awkwardly named foundation funding research into LSD? What could it be? You guessed it. The same people who paid for West's experiments on how drugs affect hypnotic suggestibility, also known as MKUltra Subproject 43. But as much as I'm sure you'd love to watch me list CIA shell companies all day, I mean, I haven't even gotten to the Joshua Macy Jr. Foundation, let's move on to the big dog. This wouldn't be a proper conspiracy video if I didn't talk about JFK. Don't worry, the UFOs and satanic cults are coming. But yeah, probably the most famous potential alumnus of MKUltra is Lee Harvey Oswald. Basically, during his time in the Marines, Oswald was stationed at Itsugi Naval Air Force Base in Japan. In addition to being used for launching U-2 spy planes to fly over the Soviet Union, Itsugi was a hub for LSD experiments. There's no hard evidence of Oswald ever being subjected to these tests, but if he was, that might explain some of his very strange behavior. Oswald left the military in 1959 on, you guessed it, September 11th. He was pretty much completely broke with only $203 in his bank account. That didn't stop him, though, from immediately getting on a boat to England, and from there, Finland, where he somehow stayed in two of the nicest hotels in Helsinki. His next stop was Moscow, where he marched into the US Embassy and announced that he was defecting to the Soviet Union, where he stayed for 2.5 years before changing his mind and coming back to America. Now, I realize that talking about this stuff makes me look like a complete maniac, but we can all agree that that's really fucking weird, right? Like, this definitely seems like the kind of thing someone would do if they were a spy, or at least a bipolar person having the most powerful manic episode known to man. With that said, I'm not gonna go too deep into Oswald here because I need this video not to be 12 hours long. Something I will say, though, is that while I can definitely see the argument for some MKUltra shenanigans going on here, pretty much everything about Oswald's life was incredibly weird, to the point where you can kind of just throw this on the pile. So instead of digging into Oswald's life, let's take a look at his death. That came 2 days after Kennedy's in the basement of the Dallas Police Headquarters, where Oswald was being transferred to the county jail. During the handoff at 11:21 a.m., a local nightclub owner named Jack Ruby pushed through the crowd of reporters and shot Oswald in the abdomen before being immediately tackled and arrested. In terms of motive, Ruby claimed that he did it for the pretty odd reason of wanting to save Jackie Kennedy from the trauma of a trial. This was allegedly a lie. According to leaked conversations with Ruby and statements later made by his legal team, this was actually just an excuse they'd fed him to gain sympathy. In reality, they claimed Oswald couldn't remember why he did it, or for that matter, anything that happened between when he pulled out the gun and when he found himself in handcuffs. One of his attorneys, named Melvin Belli, described Ruby's mental state with the following mixed metaphor. Potential justifications had been poured like water into the vacuum of his pathologically receptive memory, and once there, had solidified like cement. This is already pretty strange, but it gets way weirder. As soon as details of the case became public, West started trying to insert himself into the trial, going so far as to directly reach out to the judge asking to be brought into the case. His wish was eventually granted when, during the appeal process, Ruby fired his original legal team and replaced them with Dr. Hubert Winston Smith, a psychiatrist with a law degree who'd been involved in the case. Smith immediately brought in West to see if he could work some of his magic with hypnosis and sodium pentothal to help Ruby regain his lost memories. I mean, it went so well last time, right? Well, despite the hole in his memory and being the kind of guy who's crazy enough to do a high-profile public assassination, everyone who had examined Ruby up until that point had determined that he was sane enough to stand trial. This changed on April 26, 1964, when West flew to Dallas to conduct his assessment. Here's everything that we know for sure. That afternoon, West visited with Ruby. There were no witnesses or records of what happened while they were alone together, but when it was over, Ruby was incurably insane for the rest of his life. And so, given this track record, you can understand how West is a pretty polarizing figure when you're reading up on MKUltra. In the less conspiratorial histories, like the ones I use for the dumbass and torture theories, he's barely a footnote if he's mentioned at all. On the other hand, in the weirder books that I'll be covering in this section, he's talked about so much that you'd think that he was running the CIA. While I don't think that West was really the evil mastermind he's sometimes made out to be, he was in charge of a number of sub-projects that had to do with studying violence, and definitely liked inserting himself into important events, which, in my books, makes him pretty interesting. Given that, it makes sense that people have built on what we already know and theorized that West may have played a role in other violent crimes. Probably the best known and strongest case of this was that of Charles Manson. For those who don't know, Manson had a pretty rough life. He was born in 1934 to a 16-year-old Kathleen Maddox with no father in the picture. When he was 5, Maddox was arrested for armed robbery, and 8 years later, young Charlie followed suit by robbing a grocery store, landing him in a juvenile correction center, which he ran away from 18 times over the next 3 years. His final escape attempt involved driving a stolen car across state lines, resulting in him being put in a federal high-security reformatory. Surprise, surprise, this did not in fact reform him. Manson was released at 19 and then almost immediately began stealing cars, forging checks, and pimping. He was arrested a number of times, and when he was eventually released on parole in 1967, he had spent about half of his 32 years on Earth in jail. Now that he was out, Manson moved to the Haight-Ashbury neighborhood of San Francisco, where he immersed himself in the hippie counterculture. Famous for his intense charisma, which he'd honed in prison, where he'd studied books like How to Win Friends and Influence People, as well as, this is real, Scientology, in which Manson reached the level of theta while behind bars. This put him in a prime position to amass a following now that he was living in hippie central during the summer of love. In Haight-Ashbury, he established himself as a sort of wandering street guru and soon had a number of female devotees who came to call themselves the Family. But as the San Francisco scene grew, it became crowded, rougher, and more policed. Charlie and his girls skipped town and became nomadic wanderers in an old school bus they'd painted black. In the summer of '68, the Family, which by then consisted of around 20 people, moved to Spawn Ranch, a 55-acre lot in Chatsworth that had previously been a movie set for westerns, including The Lone Ranger, Bonanza, and Zorro. By the 60s, westerns had gone out of fashion, and the ranch fell into disrepair along with them. Using his trademark charm, Manson convinced the elderly owner to let him and his family stay there rent-free. Now that they had a base of operations, Manson's focus turned to expanding the Family and deepening his control. New members would generally be enticed with sex and drugs. Once they were in, it was time for their initiation. This generally involved giving them massive doses of LSD, sometimes over the course of several days, during which time Manson would only pretend to take the drug or take a much smaller dose. Once they were in a vulnerable state, he'd subject them to long lectures about how life and death, good and evil, and God and Satan are the same. By the end of this process, the family members behaved almost like robots, obediently following any command Manson gave them. And while that sounds great, you'll never guess what happened. The drugs, isolation, and worship of his followers caused Manson to spiral into psychotic delusions. I mean, who could have ever seen that coming, right? Now, despite their peace and love vibes, the family was never a particularly law-abiding group. They'd been funding themselves largely through stealing cars and petty theft, and were known to get violent. Things escalated in the early hours of August 9th, 1969, when, on Manson's orders, 4 family members drove to 10050 CeeLo Drive, home of the actress Sharon Tate and her husband, Roman Polanski. That night, Polanski was out of town scouting locations for a movie called The Day of the Dolphin, in which a dolphin is trained to assassinate the President of the United States. The people who were home were an 8.5-month pregnant Sharon Tate, a celebrity hairstylist named Jay Sebring, the heiress of the Folgers coffee fortune Abigail Folger, and her boyfriend Wojtek Wachowski, an aspiring filmmaker who Polanski referred to in his autobiography as a, quote, professional house guest. When they got to the property, the 4 family members disconnected the house's phone lines, then hopped the fence and entered the house, where they proceeded to murder everyone there, then wrote the word pig on the front door in Tate's blood. The next night, Manson, apparently unsatisfied with the sloppiness of the Tate murders, went out to kill again. This time, the target was a grocery store executive named Leno LaBianca and his wife, Rosemary. Same as the night before, the killers snuck into the house, tied up their victims, then murdered them before using their blood to write the messages "Death to Pigs," "Rise," and "Helter Skelter," a reference to the Beatles song, which Manson believed predicted an apocalyptic race war. And yes, they did spell it wrong. So all of this was covered in Tom O'Neill's book, Chaos. I'm not going to scratch the surface of what's in this. It's very good, very messy, and most of it relates to the ways that O'Neill very convincingly argues that the Manson trial was mishandled. With that said, there are definitely lots of suspicious things related to what we've been looking at. A big one is the very strange relationship that Manson had with the law. Thanks to their brutality and the celebrity connection, the Tate-LaBianca murders were some of the most high-profile crimes of the 20th century. Given how many eyes were on it, it was a bit surprising then that it took the cops over 4 months to finally charge Manson, especially since he was in jail for unrelated crimes for 2 of those months. Things get even weirder when you realize just how many times he'd been arrested and simply allowed to walk free. Some notable examples include when he and a bunch of his followers were found trespassing in a house in Mendocino County while in possession of weed, acid, and with a 15-year-old girl. Despite the seriousness of these crimes and the fact that he was on parole, Manson only received a suspended sentence for contributing to the delinquency of a minor and was released back onto the streets, while the 15-year-old was charged with felony possession, which shouldn't have even been possible since she was a minor. Even weirder, on August 16, 1969, that's less than a week after the murders, LAPD and the LA Sheriff's Office conducted the biggest raid in their entire history on the Manson ranch. In preparation, they'd surveyed the ranch from the air, on the ground, through drive-bys, and had spoken with a number of ranch hands and neighbors. The day of the raid, they stormed in with over 100 agents and found lots of stolen cars, drugs, and weapons. No charges were ever filed against Manson or the family, though, since they couldn't prove any of them were responsible for anything they found, despite a bunch of stolen credit cards that literally fell out of Manson's pocket while he was being arrested. Also, because the cops supposedly waited a day too late to conduct the raid, during which time the warrant for the biggest raid they'd ever conducted timed out. rats. All of this seems to stem from a particularly strange relationship that Manson had with his parole officer, Roger Smith. Smith took a pretty hands-off approach to things and was chill to a point that was very arguably criminal. During the first year of his freedom, Manson was arrested or detained at least 6 times, any of which should have caused him to be sent back to prison. However, in each case, Smith advocated for him, claiming that he was making positive progress. It gets even weirder though. Manson's move to Haight-Ashbury was apparently Smith's idea, and in his reports he claimed that LSD was turning the once violent criminal into a peace-loving hippie, which is a pretty strange thing to say since A, it wasn't true, and B, possession of LSD is a crime. One possible explanation of this, though, was that at the time, Smith was writing his PhD thesis on the subject of how drugs affected violent gang members. This wasn't the only time Smith encouraged Manson to move either. He tried multiple times to get him approved to move to Mexico, which all failed since, you aren't allowed to do that while on parole. Specifically, Smith wanted Manson to go to Mazatlan, a port city that's a major hub for drug smuggling. Coincidentally, at the time, Smith was doing research on Mexican drug cartels. It's not too surprising, then, that when he encouraged Manson to move to the Haight, Smith was studying the amphetamine scene there. He was doing his work out of the Haight-Ashbury Free Medical Clinic, a volunteer-run clinic set up in the heart of the San Francisco drug scene to provide free health care to those in need of it. Since Smith was spending all of his time there anyways, he suggested to Manson that they hold their parole check-ins at the clinic, making things more convenient for Smith and allowing Manson and his girls to get checked out for STIs at the same time. Now, interestingly, we can't actually find any of Smith's amphetamine study. What we do know are 2 things. It was being funded by the National Institute of Mental Health, which was, say it with me now, a CIA cutout. And also, shortly after Manson was charged for the Tate LaBianca murders, there was a break-in at the Haight-Ashbury Free Medical Clinic. What's particularly strange about that is that the burglars only took one thing: Roger Smith's documents. Roger wasn't the only spook working at that clinic either. Just down the hall from him was the office of none other than Louis Jolin West, who was stationed there while conducting experiments on the residents of a nearby CIA-run hippie crash pad. Now, all of this was uncovered by O'Neill, and something that I think really speaks to the quality of his reporting is that while plenty of the other authors whose works I'll be covering would probably consider this a slam dunk, O'Neill makes a big point of saying that he hasn't actually proven anything. The most that we can safely say is that West and Manson probably spent time in the same building. You can definitely point to the clear similarities between MKUltra techniques and the ways that Manson indoctrinated his followers, although personally, I'm not too convinced. It seems to me like a lot of this is just kind of classic cult leader behavior, and while the CIA may have made some major refinements, they absolutely didn't invent the wheel. Manson's relationship with the law is way harder to explain away, although it's also very possible that he was just working for the FBI in some way. No mind control necessary. This is very far from the only example of people tying acts of mass violence to West, though. Another big one happened on April 19th, 1995 at 9:02 a.m. when a rented rider truck parked in the drop-off zone in front of the Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building in Oklahoma City exploded, destroying the north face of the Murrah, damaging 324 other buildings in a 16-block radius, and killing 168 people, with 680 others injured. The man responsible for this, the deadliest act of domestic terrorism in U.S. history, was named Timothy McVeigh. Born in Lockport, New York, as a kid, McVeigh was bullied in school and responded by basically speedrunning the process of becoming a right-wing shithead. From a young age, he was deeply interested in guns, survivalism, and was an avid reader of Soldier of Fortune magazine. In 1998, he joined the Army, where he flourished as, what else, a gunner, for which he received a Bronze Star during the Gulf War. After the war, he applied to join the Special Forces, but dropped out of the assessment course on the second day. From there, he drifted from dead-end job to dead-end job while getting really into the gun show community. Like, you know how people will follow bands around to catch each show on their tour? McVeigh was doing that for gun shows. Before too long, he was writing letters to local papers arguing that taxation is theft, left the NRA because they weren't pro-gun enough for him, and started devoting a lot of his time to distributing copies of the Turner Diaries, a neo-Nazi fantasy novel in which the protagonist leads a violent fascist takeover of America. And while none of that's great, things really took a turn over the course of around 8 months between August 1992 and April 1993, with the standoffs between federal law enforcement and apocalyptic nutjobs at Ruby Ridge in Waco, Texas. Both events ended with massive escalations of deadly force by the feds and served as radicalizing incidents for the libertarian crowd McVeigh belonged to. And so, following these attacks, he began to hatch a plan that would take him from handing out copies of the Turner Diaries to living it. With the help of two of his army buddies named Terry Nichols and Michael Fortier, he constructed a 4,800-pound bomb to be delivered on the 2-year anniversary of the Waco massacre to the Murrah, which contained the regional offices of the DEA, ATF, and Secret Services. Oh, and also a daycare, which McVeigh claimed to have not known about. All of this is covered and contested in excruciating detail by Wendy S. Painting in her book, Aberration in the Heartland of the Real. A few notes about this book. It's written in a way that begins with the most normal theories about what happened and gradually moves to the craziest, a structure which I have shamelessly stolen for this video. It's meticulously researched and overall a great book, particularly in how it calls into question the FBI's claims that McVeigh was a lone wolf and not a part of a larger conspiracy. Like, at the very least, we know for a fact that he was in contact with people in Elohim City, a private whites-only community near the border of Oklahoma and Arkansas, with a long history of being used as a place for Nazis to lay low. In particular, McVeigh seemed to have been running with a neo-Nazi paramilitary gang called the Aryan Republican Army, known for robbing banks and making bombs in order to both fund and help incite a race war. Part of why we know about this is from one of the government's many undercover agents in Elohim City who claimed under oath that she saw McVeigh at the compound, but strangely, she wasn't allowed to testify at his trial. Anyways, I highly recommend reading it, whether you're interested in learning about the McVeigh case or you just like to make yourself more insane. With that said, and you might be noticing a bit of a pattern here, while Painting's critique of McVeigh's trial is extremely strong, things get a lot more speculative when it comes to tying him to MKUltra. To start with, 4 days after the bombing, a former lawyer turned militia advocate named Linda Thompson called the FBI claiming that, quote, Dr. Louis Jolly West is actually a CIA operative who is responsible for implanting microchips in Army personnel in an experiment called MKUltra, and that he had performed a 20-minute operation material on McVeigh in which he implanted a mind control chip, which she urged the FBI to remove. Now, we aren't starting off very strong here. Thompson was a very deranged conspiracy theorist who Painting, and even McVeigh himself acknowledged, had spread a ton of misinformation. With that said, the stuff about West was true, even if it had been public knowledge for about 13 years at that point, so let's see if we can back up the rest. I was pretty surprised to find out that there is actually a connection between McVeigh and West. During the trial, a member of McVeigh's defense team named Andrew Murphy made a call to West to consult him about his client's mental state, specifically dealing with the constant surveillance he was under in jail, something West affirmed that he was very familiar with from his days treating POWs. This connection was the result of a referral made by McVeigh's prison therapist and a former student of West's who was actually named John Smith. Turns out that Smith may have had some interesting connections to intelligence himself. Like his teacher, Smith had published a number of papers based on his work treating soldiers, specifically Vietnam vets and Guantanamo Bay guards. He had also reportedly suggested to McVeigh's defense team that since their client was being uncooperative, they should apply more psychological pressure to get him to break down and provide more info, which, isn't really something a therapist is supposed to advocate for, regardless of who their patient is. With all that said, I don't know. As Painting herself admits, while there are some weird things here, none of this really amounts to much more than speculation. It's also worth noting that while this doesn't disprove anything, all of this did happen 20 years after MK's search supposedly ended. I also have to admit that personally, I find this argument to be somewhat undercut by another piece of evidence Painting points to that I think is probably the dumbest one I've heard. So, apparently, a running bit that McVeigh did was claiming that the army implanted a microchip in his ass while he was serving. While this was pretty obviously a joke, there are several people who knew McVeigh and claimed that he genuinely believed that this was true. I don't know. I guess I have to admit that I respect the commitment to the bit, but yeah, I really don't think there's any more here. Even if McVeigh believed that, I don't think that's particularly strong evidence either. So let's move on to another case, and this one's probably the one that when I told people I was working on this, they asked if I was going to cover the most. Saran. For those not familiar with the details, the assassination of Robert F. Kennedy I took place on June 5, 1968, in the kitchen of the Ambassador Hotel in LA, in which the jury for the Manson trial would be sequestered 1 year later. He'd been running as a candidate for the Democratic presidential primaries. While he'd initially been hesitant to challenge LBJ, after his near defeat to McCarthy, RFK decided to throw his hat in the ring at the last moment, running on a popular and innovative campaign focused on progressive platforms like opposition to the Vietnam War, civil rights, social justice, and, of course, fierce support for Israel. While the competition was fierce, Bobby Kay's populist message resonated with people, and on what would turn out to be his last night on Earth, he won the California primary. After his victory speech at the Ambassador, Kennedy was supposed to walk through the ballroom, but was redirected to the hotel kitchen by his security to avoid the massive crowd. While shaking hands with supporters in the kitchen's narrow hallway, a 24-year-old man named Saran stepped out from behind an ice machine with a .22 revolver and landed 3 shots. While the official story claims that Saran's motive was his fierce personal opposition to Zionism as a Palestinian, in A Lie Too Big to Fail, Lisa Pease outlines her surprisingly plausible theory that he was actually framed. While her theory involves all the usual claims like a second shooter and fabricated evidence, where this really gets interesting for us is that Pease also claims that Saran was being controlled through hypnosis. There's a fair bit more meat on this bone than you might think. Like in the cases of Ruby and Shaver, once in custody, Saran seemed to have no memory of the assassination. Saran wasn't drunk or on drugs, didn't have brain damage, and didn't appear to be lying. Both his defense and the interrogators believed that he was telling the truth to the best of his ability. For Pease, the explanation is, of course, post-hypnotic amnesia. While this wasn't seriously considered during the trial, in no small part because nobody on either side wanted to feed into another Kennedy assassination conspiracy, Pease has no such qualms. She goes on to argue that Saran had been placed into an unusually strong trance state through what she calls deep hypnosis, a type of hypnosis where the entranced person supposedly will not remember any of their actions during the hypnotic state, and even forget that they were put under hypnosis at all, unlike the more common light hypnosis where you remember everything. This theory was explored to some extent, and it does definitely seem like Saran was, at the very least, unusually susceptible to hypnosis. At one point, Saran's defense team actually hypnotized him and found that he was extremely suggestible, entirely forgetting what had happened after waking up. Seems like if you were a shadowy group looking to hypnotize some random guy into taking the fall for your political assassination, Saran would be the type of dude you'd pick. But beyond the hypno-assassin stuff, which admittedly is a little kooky, there is plenty of bizarre shit around the assassination and the ensuing trial. Many witnesses say Saran was with a woman in a polka dot dress with a weird nose, and there's clear evidence of the prosecution doing a bunch of very unethical things in order to claim that she never existed. A former CIA torturer named Sergeant Hank Hernandez interrogated many witnesses, strapping them into a chair under the pretense of a lie detector test, and refusing to let them leave until they admitted that they'd never seen the polka dot dress girl. For an example of this, here's an excerpt from an interrogation with a 20-year-old woman named Sally Serrano, who Hernandez gave wine to before sending her mother out of the room and then strapping her to a chair for a high-pressure lie detector test lasting several hours. Did a girl in a polka dot dress tell you that we have shot Kennedy? A white dress, black polka dots. Did a girl in a white dress with black polka dots tell you, we have shot Kennedy? Yes. During the first 19 years of your life, do you remember lying to an FBI agent? No. After Kennedy was shot, did you lie to an FBI agent? No. Have you tried to answer all my questions truthfully? If possible. This went on and on. Midway through the session, over an hour later, Serrano is still standing 10 toes down. I know what I saw. You might want to be pushing it off with a smirk on your face, with a smile, but you know that deep down inside, I remember seeing the girl. No, I'm talking about what you have told here about a person tell you we have shot Kennedy, and that's wrong. That's what she said. No, it isn't, Sally. Another hour later, Hernandez finally gets what he's looking for. First, you tell them that the person said, we shot Kennedy, and now you say you don't know whether they said we or he. You say that girl was wearing a white dress with black polka dots. Now you know it was a white dress. That's number 2. Then you said you saw 2 people coming down, but there were more than 2 people coming down. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. There were several other witnesses who all corroborated the polka dot girl story, all of whom were pressured to recant. It doesn't really seem like an honest attempt to get to the truth, if you ask me. Anyway, I found this book to be a damning indictment of the case against Saran as a whole, but I would definitely stop short of saying that Lisa Pease makes the most convincing case for Saran being a victim of MKUltra mind control. Don't get me wrong, I do think that it is possible, much more so than I expected going in. That said, she formats her argument in such a way that literally nothing could ever debunk it. Hypnosis is a magic bullet that leads to Saran being innocent no matter what evidence is dug up. He wrote in his journal, RFK must die. Someone hypnotized him into doing that. He said that he remembered writing it and gave a reason why he did. Well, you see, victims of deep hypnosis often confabulate stories to explain lost memories. This is kind of a perfect example of what I was talking about with how the Manchurian candidate theory can be dangerous, since it allows any inconsistencies to be hand-waved away. It's also worth noting that for all the faith Pease places in the nearly magical power of hypnosis, she never actually talked to any real experts in the field. Instead, her research into hypnosis mainly just consisted of her going to a bunch of hypnosis shows and sometimes cornering the hypnotist after the show to ask a bunch of weird questions. Also, I wasn't really sure where to put this one, so I'm just gonna drop it here. MKUltra is actually connected to one of the most influential books of the New Age movement, called A Course in Miracles. Published in 1976, supposedly, this book wasn't so much written as it was channeled by a woman named Helen Schuchman, who claimed to have had it dictated to her by Jesus Christ himself. There's definitely some nice stuff in it that gives the impression that the course is an adaptation of Christian and transcendental theories through the secular language of psychology, like how it claims that our separation from one another is an illusion created by the ego, which we can overcome through miracles, meaning acts of love and forgiveness. It gets a lot weirder and much worse, though. The basic message of the book is that nothing is real except for God, who is everything. What that means is that death, time, family, friends, and even our own bodies are all illusions keeping us from this oneness with God. In fact, with regards to our body in particular, A Course in Miracles claims that all sickness is actually your own fault for not recognizing God's presence, and that medicine only makes things worse since you're basically just doubling down. The story of how this wound up being written is that Helen began receiving visions that would become A Course in Miracles while working at the Columbia Medical School as a research assistant to a man named Bill Thetford. The story goes that one night she had a dream telling her about the Course in Miracles, and when she woke up, she called Bill. For the next 7 years, the two of them worked on this book, with Helen visiting Bill's office to tell him what messages she'd received, and Bill typing it all out. Also, an interesting detail is that while the official book that was published in '76 supposedly only made slight changes to Helen and Bill's original manuscript, a rough draft was leaked on the internet in the 2000s and contains a lot of references to Helen's personal life, discussing her colleagues, fights she had with her husband, and even provides advice for her buying a new winter coat. Schuckman and Thetford's relationship also comes up a lot. It seems that Helen was in a loveless marriage with her husband Louis Schuckman and had fallen for her co-scribe Bill. This love was never requited though, since Bill was gay. Bearing that context in mind, a lot of the unabridged passages are extremely pointed. For example, and keep in mind that this is supposed to be Jesus talking here, tell Bill that homosex is sinful only to the extent it is based on the principle of exclusion. Everybody should love everybody. It is wrong to deny the beauty of some souls because of body structures of which you are afraid. Ah yes, who could forget Jesus' famous parable about how it's fine to be gay or whatever, but what's fucked up is letting that stop you from pounding Jesus' best friend Helen Schuckman's back walls. But before you feel too bad for Bill here, let's look into his past a bit. It probably won't surprise you to learn that Columbia University was one of the many schools that was involved in MKUltra experiments. You might also not be surprised to learn that this partnership was confirmed in a 1978 article of the Columbia Daily Spectator, which named William Thetford as a former Columbia prof who had been working for the CIA. He also worked with the CIA psychologist John Gittinger to develop their personality assessment system, and received quite a few grants from the Society for the Investigation of Human Ecology, by then renamed to the Human Ecology Fund. And speaking of which, in 1957, Bill was a co-author on a paper called Studies in Human Ecology with our old friends Gittinger, Hinkle, and Wolf. The paper argues that man's relationship to his social environment as perceived by him has a profound effect upon his general health. It influences the development and progression of all forms of illness, regardless of their nature, and regardless of the influence of other etiological factors. Its effect often far outweighs the influence of changes in the physical environment and the effects of random exposure to pathogenic or noxious agents. As a group, those who are experiencing difficulty in adapting to their social environment have a disproportionate amount of all the illness which occurs among the adult population. Awfully interesting how similar that sounds to a controversial claim made by a certain New Age Bible, eh? Oh, hello, Spider. Sorry, this is my MKUltra handler named Spider. Yes, you are. Yes, you are, aren't you? What's more, in a fantastic essay in Harper's, the author Sheila Heti notes how, given the strange trance-like state Helen received her visions of the book in, it seems possible that Bill could have hypnotized, drugged, or in some way manipulated her into writing it. This is also completely anecdotal, but it's fairly common for people reading the book to report feeling like they were put into a trance of their own. In fact, a friend of mine who told me about this in the first place said that she had to stop reading it because it gave her these intensely lucid dreams. It's also worth noting that at the time, the CIA was actively working to take down the left to stop the civil rights and anti-war movements. And so, another theory states that they had gotten into spreading New Age beliefs as a way to discredit and defang the radical left. Also, just as a side note, as you can probably guess, this video was a ton of work and I couldn't have done it alone. Massive shout out to the YouTuber Chill Goblin who dove into researching this with me. Over the past few months, the two of us had so many just 3-hour-long calls at 1 a.m. debating every book that I've talked about. If you'd like to see what that looks like, we actually recorded one of these talks about A Course in Miracles, which you can watch on his second channel, Extra Chill Goblin, link in the description. It's so funny imagining her, she's saying this to Bill, and she's like, yeah, that's what it says.
I'm sorry.
Write that down.
I'm just the messenger here, okay? Jesus said, it's weird that you won't vote.
I thought it was weird, too.
I mean, it's what Jesus wants.
But now, it's time for us to head into the deep end. This is, of course, very far from where the theories end, but once you start digging much deeper, you stop seeing many references to people like Sidney Gottlieb or even Alan Dulles. Instead, all of a sudden, the MKUltra theories make a hard left and wind up at the point where basically all conspiracy theories do. Satanic pedophile cults. So, how do we get here? There's a couple different versions of this theory, but the basic DNA is that in order to create their Manchurian candidates, the CIA wanted to give people dissociative identity disorder, or DID, previously known as split or multiple personalities. This is true. While in some cases I think it's kind of debatable how literal they were being, as I've covered, implanting a new personality into subjects through hypnosis and whatever else was a major goal and something they're confirmed to have been experimenting with. Another fact is that while there's no agreed upon definitive cause of DID, severe childhood trauma at the very least massively increases the likelihood of someone developing it. And so, if the CIA wanted a supply of people with DID, I'm sure you can see where this is going. If you full send the Manchurian candidate theory, what you wind up with is government-run satanic ritual abuse of children in order to MKUltra the victims. The reason why they're supposedly Satanists, by the way, is because it provides cover by making the story less believable, is extra traumatizing for the victims, and I think most of all because they're evil, so Satan. Most of the evidence for this comes from people who claim to have been victims of it, often claiming to have recovered these memories after being hypnotized. And while I don't find that particularly convincing, we'll be coming back to it later. In terms of some stronger evidence, though, we can find that by looking at someone named George Estabrooks. So, if Jolly West is the guy who the hardcore MKUltra heads talk about, Estabrooks is for the real freaks. The chair of the Department of Psychology at Colgate University from 1937 to 64, Estabrooks was a massive proponent of the power of hypnosis, with a fair amount of influence. During the 30s, he had a series of private correspondences with the head of the FBI, J. Edgar Hoover, in which he suggested that the FBI use hypnosis for the interrogation of juvenile delinquents. And then, during World War II, he was brought into the Department of War to advise the OSS on the shit we've been talking about, suggesting the use of hypnotized couriers and spies with multiple personalities. This was all laid out very explicitly in a book Estabrooks wrote in 1943, simply titled Hypnotism. In it, he devotes a full chapter to the effectiveness of hypnotized spies, saying that we hypnotize our man in, say, Washington. In hypnotism, we give him the message. That message, may we add, can be both long and intricate. A really intelligent individual can memorize a whole book if necessary. Then we start him out for Australia by plane with the instructions that no one can hypnotize him under any circumstances except Colonel Brown in Melbourne. By this device, we overcome two difficulties. It is useless to intercept this messenger. He has no documents, and no amount of third degreeing can extract the information, for the information is not in the conscious mind to extract. We could also make him insensitive to pain, so that even the third degree would be useless. Secondly, with this hypnotic messenger, we need have no worry about the double cross. In hypnotism, we could build up his loyalty to the point where this would be unthinkable. Besides, he has nothing to tell. Consciously, he has no idea of what he is doing. He is just a civilian with a business appointment in Australia, nothing more. He will give no information, for he has none to give. By this device, we could make it much safer to send information when and where the private messenger could be used. He also argues that the dissociative states experienced by people with DID bear a striking resemblance to hypnotic trances, and claims that people with DID are therefore extremely susceptible to hypnosis. We know that with hypnosis, we can produce multiple personality. Hypnotism is also recognized as the best means to effect a cure. Furthermore, every case of multiple personality which has been subject to a psychologist's experimentation has always turned out to be an excellent hypnotic subject. If he does not prove to be such, we may take it for granted that he is bluffing. So, how seriously should we take this? To figure that out, there's two other questions that need to be answered. If Estabrooks was ever involved in MKULTRA, and if what he wrote about is actually even possible. When it comes to the first question, things are surprisingly iffy. To start, Estabrooks absolutely had connections to the intelligence world through the OSS, J. Edgar Hoover, as well as correspondences with a bunch of people who themselves knew people in the CIA or MKULTRA. For example, in '37, thanks to Estabrooks' recommendation, Hoover met with Dr. Hudson Hoagland, who would later write a paper about LSD with Dr. Robert Hyde, who went on to work on MKULTRA subprojects 8, 10, and 63. There's a lot of connections like that can basically be boiled down to saying that, at the very least, he knew people who knew people. So, Estabrooks was very clearly in this world, but we already knew that, and it doesn't prove anything. In his book, Ross tries to make this case by pointing to a CIA memo from June 22, 1954, which discusses the military applications of hypnosis, seems to possibly be written in Estabrooks' style, and while the author's name is redacted, Ross points out that it looks like the blacked out section with the author's name is the right size to fit the name Estabrooks. This seems a bit dubious to me, but even if he never actually worked for the CIA, given the fact that he was doing interviews with magazines claiming to be able to get anyone to betray their country using hypnosis, I think it's safe to say that he and his theories were on their radar. The bigger question, though, is, of course, if the stuff Estabrooks claimed to be able to do is actually real. It seems like the answer to that is probably not. Estabrooks' theories have been pretty roundly refuted by modern-day psychologists, but also, as you'll remember from the dumbass theory, we have multiple CIA memos directly stating that this doesn't work. In fact, with that proposal for hypnotized spies written by someone who may or may not have 10 letters in their last name, you've actually seen it before, as on July 1954, someone responded saying that Redacted didn't invent this concept and that they've been unable to reproduce the results outside of a laboratory setting. It's also worth noting that his book on hypnotism, where he explicitly talks about the work he supposedly did with spies in the OSS during World War II, was written for the general public and came out 2 years before the war even ended. It's not that unusual for people in intelligence to reveal things in their memoirs, but that's usually something that's written at the end of their careers, and certainly not while the war they're writing about is still going on. Seems a bit fishy to me. I think we also get some reasons to doubt Estabrooks' massive claims when we look into his backstory. George Estabrooks was born in St. John's, New Brunswick in 1895 and joined the Canadian military to fight in World War I, becoming the youngest commissioned officer in the 1st Canadian Division at just 19. His promising military career was cut short, however, when he was exposed to mustard gas in Ypres and then spent the rest of the war recovering from tuberculosis in a Swiss sanitarium. With his bright military career cut short, it seems to me like Estabrooks started looking for different ways of making himself seem useful to the US intelligence community during World War II and beyond. While we've already established that we shouldn't trust anything the CIA says, I think that should also apply to people who wanted to join the CIA too. No? Honestly, I don't know though. Even with the potential issues with Estabrooks' research, during this time, the CIA was happy to work with any quack with a passing interest in drugs or hypnosis. And then here comes this guy who literally wrote a book about exactly what they're interested in, and yet the only way I can tie him to the CIA is by playing 6 Degrees of Sidney Gottlieb. To me, it kind of feels equally possible that they either destroyed all the files that mentioned his name, or that he was just such a bullshitter that even the CIA didn't want anything to do with it. Coming back to the satanic cults though, as far as I can tell, the origin of the satanic ritual abuse MKULTRA theory goes back to a woman named Cathy O'Brien who realized that she and her daughter were sexually abused in satanic rituals carried out by her own parents in order to turn her into a sex slave of the deep state, and that her husband was her handler. She came to this revelation thanks to a business associate of her husband's named Mark Ewan Phillips, who claimed to have also worked for the State Department and the CIA and recognized what had been done to Cathy and then freed her by helping her recover these suppressed memories using hypnosis. Coincidentally, soon after this, O'Brien left her husband and married Phillips. In 1995, Phillips and O'Brien wrote the book Transformation of America, a sort of biography of O'Brien, telling the story of how she and her daughter were subjected to these techniques, which they claimed to be part of a top-secret MKUltra spin-off called Project Monarch. Something that's kind of funny about that book is that Phillips claims that Cathy's testimony is backed up by declassified documents, but nothing they cite is in any way proof of Project Monarch. Like, the only thing that they show that even has the word monarch in it is just a letter from Bob Dole replying to them and saying that he'll send their letters over to Al Gore. The other big source of this theory is the book Programmed to Kill by David McGowan. I know this isn't saying much, but this is a much better book than Transformations of America. For one thing, McGowan uses sources that actually exist, which is always nice. He also goes into the connections to the Phoenix program and makes a big point of criticizing how the media will paint violent crimes as the result of a lone crazy person rather than being caused by structural problems, which I agree with. Where I would criticize him, though, is that I think that sometimes he goes a bit too far in the other direction. Like, the thesis of this book is that literally all serial killers are Manchurian candidates created by the CIA to make society less trusting in order to usher in authoritarianism. That's not an exaggeration. Here's how he puts it. With the possible exception of school and workplace shootings, nothing better serves to facilitate the promotion of a law and order agenda than the plausible fear aroused by the sociopathic killer, a fear that propels the population into an every man for himself mentality. Anyone, after all, could be a serial killer hiding behind a mask of civility. A coworker, a friend, a neighbor, even a family member. The Phoenix program has been referenced a number of times in past chapters, and its relevance to the discussion cannot be overstated. Phoenix was, by design, a psychological warfare operation. Its goal was quite literally to scare the hell out of the Vietnamese people, to such an extent that their will would be broken and they would accede to the demands of their would-be oppressors. The techniques employed were barbaric. Victims of the program were not merely assassinated, they were frequently raped, tortured, mutilated, dismembered, and left posed in grotesque displays for their fellow villagers and family members to find. The crime scenes of the Phoenix program were, in other words, indistinguishable from the crime scenes of American serial killers. The ultimate goal, and one we are rapidly approaching, is the destruction of all social bonds and the obliteration of any remaining sense of community, the complete atomization of society. And the police state, needless to say, has advanced markedly in the last few decades. I don't know, not to make this video about how evil the CIA is political, but it seems to me like America is well on its way to becoming an authoritarian police state now without the use of MKUltra serial killers. Also, for someone who's making such a massive claim, I'd like to see a bit more rigor in his analysis. McGowan basically just searches the backgrounds of murderers for any possible connection to the military, and when he finds it, claims that that's irrefutable proof that they're brainwashed assassins. But also, for someone who's so suspicious of official narratives, I kind of wish he'd apply that same skepticism to any claims that went against the official story too. A good example of this is how McGowan talks about the case of Henry Lee Lucas. So Lucas was born in 1936 to an extremely abusive mother. Their relationship reached a head in 1960 when Lucas murdered her during an argument. While he claimed that it was self-defense, the court disagreed and sentenced him to 20 years in prison, though he was paroled after only 10. Once released, Lucas became a drifter and befriended Otis Toole. The two traveled across America together with Toole's 11-year-old niece Becky Powell, who Lucas began sexually abusing regularly. This went on for 40 years until in 1982, Powell and Lucas had a fight, resulting in him stabbing her to death and then doing the same to Kate Rich, an 80-year-old woman who had given Lucas and Powell a place to stay. Also, apparently he fucked the bodies of all three of his victims. The following year, he was arrested for unlawful possession of a firearm, and when questioned about recent missing persons cases, Lucas confessed to the murders of both Powell and Rich. But then, Henry notices how much better the cops treat him when he confesses. They're nice to him, take him out of his cell, and even buy him some fast food. And so, he decides to do it some more. Pretty soon, he's confessing to every unsolved murder the cops put in front of him. Police from all over the country come to interview him to clear out their old cold cases too, and before too long, Henry Lee Lucas had claimed to have committed over 600 murders, earning himself the nickname the Confession Killer. Now, McGowan covers all of this stuff, but then goes into how, while in prison, Lucas was visited by a minister and author named Max Call, who conducted extensive interviews with Lucas, which formed the basis for Call's book, Hand of Death, the Henry Lee Lucas story. The main focus of the book is Lucas's claim that he was indoctrinated into a satanic paramilitary pedophile cult that operates as a secret mobile training base in the Florida Everglades. Lucas claimed that he was sent to this base for training to become an elite international assassin and child trafficker, but that when they saw how good he was with a knife, they actually asked him to teach the class. Naturally, McGowan found all of this completely convincing, saying, "What are we to make of Henry's bizarre tale of being a contract killer? And what of Henry's other stories, including the one about being a close friend of Jim Jones of the People's Temple? Henry claimed on numerous occasions that it was he who was taken on a chartered plane to Guyana to personally deliver the cyanide to Jones that was allegedly used in the now infamous Jonestown massacre. What are we to make of such stories? Could Henry have been telling the truth about being a contract killer? And if so, did the contracts he was receiving have some kind of government connection? No! These are the most obvious lies imaginable, and they're coming from a guy who's so famous for lying for attention that he's more known for that than for being a serial-killing, necrophiliac pedophile. Obviously, you shouldn't believe this. With that off my chest, at the start of this section, I promised you a conspiracy theory, and you're gonna get it. See, I do actually think that there is a connection between the Satanic Panic and MKUltra, although not the one that McGowan is arguing for. For those who don't know, the Satanic Panic was a widespread moral panic in the 80s and 90s based on the belief that satanic cults were committing horrific crimes like the ones I've been describing in a lot of this section. This was mostly spread through daytime talk shows and is now largely remembered as the time Oprah convinced a lot of parents to throw out their kids' magic cards and Iron Maiden albums.
ACDC. Some people say that stands for Antichrist Devil's Child. Does it?
One of the main catalysts for this was a book called Michelle Remembers by the titular Michelle Smith and her therapist-turned-husband Lawrence Pazder. The story goes that in '73, Smith began seeing Pazder in order to treat the trauma of her recent miscarriage. However, Pazder realized that there was more to this during a session in which Smith allegedly screamed for 25 minutes straight, quote, in the voice of a 5-year-old. Through over 600 hours of intensive therapy, as well as several literal exorcisms, Pazder was eventually able to discover what he believed to be the true cause of Michelle's trauma: satanic ritual abuse. Apparently, beginning in 1954, at the age of 5, Michelle Smith was abused by members of the Church of Satan in a series of rituals, one of which lasted for 81 days. While these memories had been repressed for all these years, thanks to Pazder's work, Michelle remembered. All of this and so much more is detailed in the book, which they co-authored and released in 1980. The two got married 6 years after, although there's hints that something was going on for a fair bit longer. There's actually a lot of points where Michelle Remembers takes on the tone of a romance novel, and overall never misses an opportunity to describe how attractive both Smith and Pazder are. Honestly, the whole book is a pretty wild read. There's a lot of paranormal stuff in it, like the literal devil is a pretty major character in it, and also he always speaks in rhymes. But the thing I'm most interested in is how Lawrence Pazder claims to have uncovered Michelle's lost memories. While the book is kind of vague about the specific methods he used, they seem to have involved using hypnosis to regress Michelle to the age of 5, recording what she said and then playing it back to her while she was still in a suggestible state. And hey, doesn't that sound kind of familiar? I thought so too, so I decided to look into Lawrence Pazder's background a bit, and sure enough, from 1964 to 1965, he was getting his PhD in psychology at, wouldn't you guess, McGill University. Now, I've looked pretty hard, and as far as I can tell, there's no known connections between Lawrence Pazder and the CIA. However, it is a fact that the two most influential people in McGill's psychology program during the time that he was studying there were Donald O. Hebb, who was the head of the psychology department, and Ewan Cameron, who ran McGill's Allen Memorial Mental Hospital and was the president of both the American and Canadian Psychological Associations. Given that, even if he has no connections to any shady government agencies, just given the way that academic institutions work, it's not at all a stretch to say that Pazder would have been deeply influenced by Hebb and Cameron's work, a fact that is very clear to see in how he treated Michelle Smith. For another example of this, let's come back to our old friend Colin A. Ross. Like I said, while this book is for the most part pretty solid, All of Ross's other books are about some combination of psychic powers, dissociative identity disorder, and conspiracies. What I found most interesting about him, though, is the MD at the end of his name. Like, what's it like to have a guy like this as a doctor? Well, Ross is actually the former president of the International Society for the Study of Trauma and Disassociation, a non-profit made up of health professionals most known for playing a role in the Satanic Panic by advocating for the practice of hypnotizing patients to uncover repressed memories of SRA and symptoms of DID, which they naturally see as synonymous with one another. It's also worth noting that while I'm using their preferred term by saying that they recovered these memories, many of their former patients have argued in court that these memories were in fact implanted, something that, as the CIA discovered during Project Artichoke, is very easy to do. Said lawsuits have been levied against a number of high-level members of the ISSTD, generally involving former patients alleging that they were made to wrongly believe that they had been ritually abused by their families. That's far from all. Their first president, George Greaves, had his medical license revoked for having sex with his patients while they were hypnotized. To be fair, I should also say that the ISSTD has roundly denied all these allegations, claiming that they're deep state psyops. When it comes to Ross himself, he's been sued by two former patients named Roma E. Hart and Martha Ann Tayo. In the case of Hart, not only did he convince her that she had dissociative identity disorder and that she was ritually abused by her parents, but also that she had been abducted by aliens and impregnated with a half-alien, half-human hybrid. In her sworn affidavit, Hart describes Ross putting her on extreme amounts of a benzodiazepine derivative called Halcyon. When she began complaining about adverse side effects and that she was becoming addicted to it, Ross told her that that wasn't possible because Halcyon has no side effects and isn't addictive, which, for those of you who don't know, that's completely untrue. Rather than taking these concerns seriously, Ross blamed all of Hart's negative reactions to the drugs on her supposed DID. When she started having convulsions between doses, she was told that one of her personalities was epileptic. When her blood pressure fluctuated wildly from 50/40 to 80/60, she was told that each of her personalities had a different blood pressure. When she had suicidal ideation, she was told that that was because one of her personalities was evil and wanted to kill her. And when she tried to find someone else to treat her, Ross lied to other doctors saying that she was a heroin addict so they wouldn't take her, and then lied to Hart herself by claiming that he never gave her any drugs at all. As for Martha Ann Tayo, she came under Ross's care while hospitalized after a suicide attempt in 1992. After a while receiving treatment from Ross and his associates, which included regular exorcisms, Tayo became convinced that she had been ritually abused by most of her family members, and also that she'd given birth to several babies who her parents had made her kill and eat. She found this particularly strange at first, given that she had had a hysterectomy at a very young age. However, she was eventually convinced that this was true by Ross & Co., and then followed their instructions to cut her family out of her life and also relinquish her parental rights to her 3 adopted children, who she had come to believe that she was a danger to. At this point, we might ask how Ross was able to get his patients to believe all this stuff. While we don't have complete accounts of his treatment methods, owing in part to how unreliable his former patients' memories were once he was done with them, from what we can piece together, it seems pretty familiar. His patients seemed to become willing to accept anything he told them, largely through a combination of drugs and hypnosis. Tayo also claims that when she was uncooperative, Ross would have her confined in his so-called quiet room. Something that's also important to note here is that it's pretty hard to write off the similarities between these treatments and straight-up CIA torture methods, since Ross and his fellow members of the ISSTD were extremely aware of MKUltra. We even have testimony from Tayo's former husband, where he describes Ross working on this book while treating her. And so, I'd say that that's my big criticism of the Manchurian candidate theory. It's not so much about the weird theories or lack of evidence, but that the biggest believers, the ones who claim to really care about the victims of this stuff, seem to have time and time again gone down this rabbit hole and come out the other side having decided that they'd like to use these techniques themselves. For me personally, while which one of these theories I tend to land on can change based on the day, after months of working on this, the main thing that I've come away from this with is a deep horror and disgust at what was done. And so, regardless of what these people may claim to believe, I feel pretty comfortable painting anyone who's cribbing out of the notebooks of Gottlieb, Cameron, or West with the same brush. Thanks for watching.